Hello and welcome back, everybody. Today we're building a Netflix app clone in React Native. So without further ado, let's take a quick look at the features and tools that we'll be using behind today's build. So without wasting any time, I want to introduce you today's build that we'll be building with React Native and Expo. And this week we'll be focusing on the front end of our application. And later we'll see if there's enough interest. So what we'll be building is the main features, and to start with, it's going to be the main feed of our application, where you'll be able to see different categories of different suggestions and choose from a wide variety of movies or TV series to watch. So that's another important thing to mention, is that we'll be supporting movies and TV shows with multiple seasons and multiple episodes per season. And this is going to be fun to implement. And lastly, of course, it's very important, but we'll be implementing the playback media feature, where users will be able to actually watch the movies or TV series and have this native control on the screen. So I want to quickly go over the tech stack that we'll be using today. And of course, it's going to be built with React Native and Expo. Then we'll be using Expo Router for our screen navigation. We'll be using, of course, TypeScript to ensure the type safety. We'll get into a few more interesting use cases for the TypeScript. And also we'll be using Expo Video for our video playback integration. So that's going to be interesting to see. So what you will learn today? Well, first things first, it's going to be, I'll try to make it as beginner friendly as possible. So we'll show how to manage the data using props and state. We'll be using FlatList to create dynamic, of course, multi-row lists. Of course, we'll be going over the navigation where we'll implement navigation with bottom tabs and much more. Then we'll use crucial hooks like useState and useEffect and even useRef for our application. Lastly, we'll learn TypeScript basics and fundamentals, as well as some more edge cases, let's say. And also, it's important to mention that we'll be structuring and displaying our app content following best practices. So it's going to be interesting to see for the beginners. And of course, we'll learn how to use Expo Video to handle different videos in our application. So why are we doing it project-based? Well, first things first, I believe that project-based learning is the best way to learn to code. So that's one thing. Another thing is that you are able to gain hands-on experience by doing so, instead of just reading theory or watching theory. And then in the end, you will also walk away with a fully functional app where you'll be able to add to your portfolio or show to your friends. So who am I? Well, I am a developer for quite a long time already. And I also have a startup that I am a CTO and co-owner of currently. I am also a former university instructor in software engineering. And well, I started my career as a developer, and now I'm trying to share my knowledge and educate others. So before jumping into the build, I just want to mention to the ones that are interested, we do have a React Native Mastery course live that you can go and check out. It has everything you want to have about React Native and learn about React Native to basically get your skills to the next level. So I highly recommend at least to check it out. The website, you can go to notjust.dev/React Native Mastery. You can find this link also in the description below. There you'll find a lot more information, some testimonials from our students and bigger names in the industry as well. So I think uh, it's time to get started and start building, start coding, which I'm very excited of. So without further ado, let's get into it. Here I am. I am back in a different screen. And actually, before starting out, I want to let you know that I'll be following the guide that I've created myself for you guys to have it basically more information if you like it with examples, and that you will be able to take out and read or use whatever whenever you want. You can download this guide by following this link, www.notjust.dev/blog/Netflix clone. And if you go there, you'll get to this screen. In this screen here, you can find a bit more information about the guide, and also you can leave your email here, and we'll send you the asset bundle inside your email, and you'll be able to access it whenever you want. It's always green, so yeah, I will have a lot more information there, and I'll be following it as well myself. You can find it, see here. Here are the lessons that we'll be following, and if you open one lesson, here you can see a lot more information with links to documentations, and this one is probably one of the shorter lessons, but we'll still have to go over it. So that's that. I think I've mentioned everything that I wanted to you. Let's check out what are people saying in the chat. So, is it full stack? So today we'll be doing a front end part of the application. If people are really interested, and I do see there is interest, we'll be following up with a second lesson where we will be implementing the backend. The thing is that it would be impossible to cramp so much information into one video to make it basically full stack right in one video. And I don't want to cut corners and leave some explanations out. That's why at least I'm doing now the front end, and if there's interest, we're gonna do the back end as well. Not sure what, but probably we'll be using Supabase there. So Mohammed as well is saying about making it full stack. That's good to know. And I'm not sure if we'll do it next week, because next week me and Vadim will be in Krakow in App.js conference. So guys, if any of you are there, hit us up, write us on X, on wherever you can find us, and we can arrange a meet. We can talk in there. So yeah, check out App.js conference. It's probably the biggest conference on React Native, and me and Vadim are always attending it. It's really, really cool. So yeah, guys, check it out, and hopefully we'll meet there. Hello from Brazil. Hello, hello. Nice to see you here. Let's go, Lucas. Thank you very much. Make it full stack using Prisma. Yeah, we'll see what tech to use. I saw most of the people are asking for the Supabase, but we'll talk about it in our team and decide. I wish to see advanced tutorials sometimes. If you have any suggestions, let us know. We can even do that as well. I'm just wondering what exactly do you want to see here. So yeah, I think that's about it. We shouldn't waste too much time, and we can get into the building. So yeah, first things first, here, if you're following the guide, go to the first lesson. We can even open it up to see it better. Maybe I can close this one as well. And here you'll see a little bit more information about configuring your environment. We'll not spend too much time here because we have everything set up, but basically to be able to code and start building these apps, what we need is to install the Node.js latest version. And also, if you are using your real device to check it, like download your application and use it while developing, download the Expo Go on your app from the app stores, and that's actually it. We need also, of course, the code editor. That's up to you which to use. I will be using VS Code, but whichever you prefer is good enough. And also, of course, if you want to run your application while building on a simulator or an emulator, you will be needing to set up one of the two. So for the Android emulator, you'll need Android Studio, and for the iOS simulator, you'll need Xcode. And here you can find a little bit more. I left some links, explanations and guides, basically how to set these environments for yourself. So feel free to go there and check it out. And that's it for the configuration. I won't need to do anything for myself, but if you are a beginner, go here, check it out, follow the guides, and yeah, you'll be able to run your app. So we can go back actually and go into the next lesson, which is called Set Up Fresh Expo Project. Let's open it up, and this is where I'll start following as well. Well, first of all, to start our project, we need to initialize it, and to do that, we can simply copy this command, go to somewhere, open your terminal, and just paste the command. We need this dash dash template because otherwise Expo will create with some pre-configured components, and which are useful actually. In most of the cases you'll use it, but I want to show you everything from scratch. That's why I'll be choosing blank TypeScript. So select that, and it will take a few seconds or minutes to set up everything, install, and get it ready. Okay, yeah, so after the command is finished, we can go to our project and open it up by doing open folder. It's in documents and then projects, and I should, yeah, Netflix clone, open up. And here you'll see basically all of our structure. Maybe I will make it a little bit bigger. We can close this one, we can go back. And we do need to start our project. So to do that, open your terminal. You can either go here in terminal and new terminal, or you can use a shortcut and run npx expo start. Let's do that. And we will see this table. So if you're using Expo Go, you can simply scan this QR code on your mobile device, and you'll be able to develop and see all of the changes. For me, in order for me to share everything with you on the screen, I will be using a iOS simulator. So I will be clicking Y to open iOS simulator. And let's give it a second. And soon we'll see the project running. It's okay, been building the, yeah, here it is. That's how fast it is. And then yeah, here is a little bit more explanation about the running. So now we need to verify the live updates. And to do that, simply go to the app.tsx. And instead of having this open app.tsx, let's do hello world. And let's see, yep, the changes are implemented right away. Everything is seen. So that means everything is working and we can continue building our app. So before getting into too much changes and building new screens, I always want to have a clean structure of my application. So what I always do, and which is actually best practice, is to create one folder called source, where we'll keep all of our basically files, screens, components that we'll create. So actually another good thing is to right away create components directory inside it, and also app directory. And I'll be showing you why we are doing this in a second. But once you do that, we have a clear structure that we can follow. And the last thing that I want to do is to set up path aliases. This is going to help us to import components and a lot of different things a lot easier. Well, first of all, here you can see right away a very easy example. So if you do import a list item without setting up path aliases, you'll need to have a relative path, which is basically with these double dots and slash, double dot slash. But instead, if you set up path aliases with this simple piece of code, and actually we're adding only this, you'll be able to use the path aliases. Basically, instead of saying go back, then components list item, we are right away saying go to components and then list item. basically to root directory that we have here as source, then components and list item. The same here for the assets, and we'll be using assets a lot as well. So we can copy this one and go to tsconfig.json in our application, and you can simply select all and paste it, or you can add this part. And now we have the path aliases set up for us, and we'll be able to import components a lot easier. Lastly, because today we're doing the front-end part of the application, we'll need our assets, and there I've created a huge list of TV series, episodes, and a lot more. So you can download it here, and I will be doing that myself. And after downloading, of course, we'll need to extract it. So let me open here on another screen. And then if I go here, I will replace the downloaded assets with this assets, and you'll have the full list of everything. And yeah, I think now we can go into another lesson, which is going to be setting up Expo Router. So to set up Expo Router, it's actually quite easy. And what we need to do is, well, first of all, install it. And to install it, we can go to the official documentation of Expo Router and follow these steps. Well, first of all, we'll need to install the Expo Router and a lot of dependencies. So let's copy that line, open the terminal. We can actually even stop the server now and paste this command in here. When it's done, you can go back to here, and we'll need to do a few easy changes. First of all, we need to set up a new entry point inside our application. To do that, we need to copy this part of the code and go to the package.json in here. And if you see main here, and we have main inside here, and basically right now we're saying that our main entry point is the index.ts, which is here. But now we want to change it to Expo Router entry, which is going to be the app folder, and I will show you a little bit later how it works. So after we paste it in, we can save it, and let's go back. Another thing that we want to do is we want to set up the scheme for deep linking. So to do that, we need to go to our app configuration basically folder, and inside the app JSON, under let's say slug, we can add this new scheme, and we can call it something like not just Netflix. So it's up to you however you will call it. Once you do that, if you want to right away develop for the web as well, you can install the React Native Web and React DOM, and also change the Metro bundler, but we won't be doing that because it's just as easy as that. Lastly, we don't need to also modify the babel.config file because by default from I think Expo SDK 50 or maybe even earlier, I don't exactly remember, now this is going to be the default one, so we are good to go here. So lastly, what we'll do is just restart with our server with a clear flag, which means to clear the cache. So let's copy that, let's paste it in, and it should be done. Well, now if we open our application and let's also reload, we'll see let it build, we'll see this screen, which means that basically there is no files that Expo Router can open because we don't have anything inside the app. But if we add, let's say, index.tsx here, and let's create something inside here quickly. So export default function, and let's make it home screen. Then when we return, we can return, let's say, a view from, we are importing it from React Native. And we are also importing text. Also, you need to import from React Native, and we can say hello. So if we save it, now we see that it's working. So that basically means we can remove the index and app.tsx files altogether because we are no longer using them and we will no longer need them. So even if we remove, we see that everything is working. So that's perfect. If you close this, we already went through creating our first screen, and here you can right away see how the navigation works. And this is those extra things that I talked about if you download the Notion guide that you can see. But I will show you everything with time in a second. But for now, we can skip this part of navigating between screens, and we can go into introducing the layouts. Now, the layouts are quite important part of Expo Router because they allow us a lot of flexibility. So basically, by default, routes will fill the entire screen, but if you're when you're moving between them. So for example, if I go from this home screen to something else, I will have the full screen basically used by this route, by this screen, in our case here, home screen. But sometimes in native apps, users expect to have some sort of shared elements. So for example, the ones that we'll be implementing, the tab bars on the bottom. Even if I move to another screen, I want to keep those tab bars on the bottom still on the screen. They should not change. So they should persist even between different screens. And you have, for example, headers, another good example when you want that. So to achieve that, to keep those elements inside different screens, we are going to be using layouts. So you can think of a layout in a way as a wrapper around your screens. And that's like a good analogy that I can share. But yeah, so basically layout will ensure that certain elements will persist between different screens. And actually, let's see how to create these layouts. So if you go to your app directory and create a new file, let's call it layout.tsx. And here we can create a basic layout structure. So first of all, what we'll do is we will import, and to showcase the example better, the stack. Now we can create a function, so export default function, and we'll call this a root layout, and we can return different things, but for now, so we will return a stack, and I will show you a little bit the difference between stack and a different thing. So right away, if we import stack, you can see that the header at the top appeared by default. And this is what we actually expect, because this we can hide this very easily, and we will do that. But now that's what we want. So now if we would move to another screen, and I'll show you the navigation in a second, from index, let's say, to about, and if we keep them under the same app directory, this header will persist between these screens, but they will change the name. And actually, we will even see how to adjust the headers at the top, the titles, and much more. So stack already, as I said, returns, comes in with a lot of different things. So you have the history, so I could go back. Like if I would navigate to another screen here, I would see an arrow to go back. But I could return instead a slot. And slot is basically just saying render everything, all of your children, basically. And you can see here, actually, the text is hidden. So if I do margin top, I don't know, let's say 50, you can see the hello was hidden behind there. So it does not come with any headers, with any basically pre-computed or pre-done components. It's just render everything that's your children. But we do want to have here a stack. So we can go back. Oh, yeah, I accidentally clicked Control Z here, but I wanted to do it here. So yeah, let's remove this. We will no longer need it. So yeah, that's in a basic way, a bit of theory for you. But of course, I will be showing all of this during the build. So stay tuned and we will cover it. Now, you might be wondering, how does Expo Router decide which screen to load? Like, how does it know to load index instead of let's say about or whatever if I would head here. Of course, actually it first of all renders the layout and only then the index or about or whatever you had here. And I actually have a huge blog with examples here written about how does it work behind the behind the scenes, like how does it know what to render and stuff. So if you're interested, you can pause it and read it, or download the asset bundle as I said and as I showed you, and read it there with your time basically. So yeah, that's that. What else do we want to do? I think for now, that's going to be it. I showed you like a basic explanation, and later we'll keep on using it. So if we go back to our lesson guide and go back to the board, we can go into the bottom tabs lesson, expand it, and we can see what's next. So for us, of course, it's very clear. The next thing to do is going to be implementing these bottom tabs that Netflix has. And if we go here, actually in the design, I can even showcase you what we want to achieve. So this is what are we trying to achieve, these bottom tabs right here. And how to do that? Well, Expo Router provides an easy way to set up these bottom tabs, and actually we will do it. So first of all, what we'll do is create a new directory inside app, and we will call it tabs. You might see that tabs are inside parentheses, and these parentheses indicate that basically this directory is a group inside Expo Router, and grouping screens means that it basically helps you to organize the navigation a bit, and it doesn't affect the URL because this Expo Router is a file-based navigation system. You wouldn't have to write, let's say, go to parentheses, group, and the name. You could simply say the name that we will showcase inside the tabs directory, and I'll show you also that in a second. So now we see that Netflix has 3 tabs. One of these tabs is home, the other one is, I see, news and hot, and the last one is my profile. So let's actually create all of these screens inside the tabs directory. Well, first of all, let's say news and hot.tsx. Then we also need to create my Netflix, my profile basically. And we want to render a home screen. Now, how do we render a home screen? Well, very easy thing to do would be to simply move this index, which is inside the app directory, inside the tabs. And if you read how the navigation of Expo Router works, it's trying to find the first available index file inside the app directory. So what it does, it goes, let's say, inside app, checks if app directory has an index file. It does not have an index file. It goes further. Then it, let's say, goes into the tabs, because in our case, that's the only thing we have now. It checks, does the tab have index? It does have index because it founds, and now it renders. So if I, let's say here, hello tabs, I change it a little bit, you can see that it changed to hello tabs. And also the URL is tabs/index because we moved it inside the tab. So that's good. We will keep on working on these, but now we still don't see the bottom tabs appear. Well, there's a few different things that we need to do, but before that, let's define these screens. First of all, let's create, actually we can even copy everything here and paste it and just change the name. So let's say my Netflix, and let's call it my Netflix here. And lastly, we will do the same for news and hot, news and hot. Okay, and we will change here as well, news and hot. Perfect. So now if we, so now if we reload, we are still not seeing them here. So you might be wondering, why is that happening? Well, we will need to set up a little bit more. Remember I talked about the layout here? Well, we need layout as well inside the tabs. So now how it works is that this layout is the root layout. It wraps around everything that you put inside. So it even wraps around the tabs layout. And this layout will be wrapping around only our tabs files inside the tabs directory. It's a little bit deeper. So let's create this layout. Something similarly like we did before. So first of all, we need to import not the stack anymore, but we will be importing tabs, because these tabs are coming from React Navigation and we'll be needing to use. It's actually the same as stack, but you'll see a little bit of differences in a second. So now let's do export default function, and let's call this, let's say, tabs layout. And then let's return, let's return, and inside here we can return these tabs. So let's do tabs, and if we save it without anything inside, we'd right away see that for some reason we have two headers, but finally we do see these tabs here. And we do see that even if we are navigating, it's changing the screens correctly. And that's happening because as I said, this layout wraps around everything inside here automatically. And basically it just takes this name and adds it here. Of course, it doesn't have any icons, the colors are incorrect, and a lot of things are, well, bad. First of all, let's start with the header at the top here. And we will need to fix these things one by one. And I will start with simply fixing the tabs at a header, because our tabs will not need to see basically the header at the top. We will implement our headers ourselves. So how to do that? Well, we can make this tabs component not self-closing, and inside here we can pass different screens and different options for even all the screens. So that's what we'll do. So first things first, let's pass the screen options for all of the screens that we'll define inside. And we'll say the first thing that we want to do is we want to hide the header. So we've hidden one of the headers here with the title of our screens. That's already a good progress. But now inside here, we also want to define different screens, and we want to change these icons, change the colors. So to do that, we will go to tabs. Tabs.screen. And we will keep this a self-closing tag. And inside here, we can define a lot of different things. Let's start first of all with the name, which is very important. The name has to be the same as here you define. So basically we need to say about which tab or screen or file are we talking about. So in our case, now let's do the index one. So if I do index, I can pass a lot of different options to this tab, which first of all, I want to change the title from index to home, let's say. So let's do title, and I will say home. As you can see here, I'm not sure if it's visible enough, but we've changed the title to home. Okay, that's perfect, but we want to also change the icon. And actually icon, we can change it very easily, and I've prepared it beforehand for us. But we can say tab bar icon, and it's going to be a like this, a callback, and we'll change it to, let me find where I have it, the home. Here it is, perfect. So yeah, I copied a bit too much, but we'll be changing it to foundation from React Expo vector icons. So let's import that at the top. Import. Inside here, we will find the name of the basically icon library, and then we will say Expo / vector icons. I think it's called like this. Oh, I forgot from from Expo vector icons. Perfect. But now we see that the color is undefined. Well, we can do it by saying that use this color. And how it works is basically by default, the active tint color is blue and the inactive tint color is gray. So I could even change here tab bar active tint color to red. And now, as you can see, it's taking the color from here and then deciding whether to render red or inactive, which is gray. But we will change the colors a little bit differently and later on. So for now, I will leave it as it is here. So now if we go to our Notion guide and scroll a bit here, more down, you can see the rest of the screens. And actually, these are only two screens with News and Hot and My Netflix and with icons. There's nothing else extra here. So I will simply copy this and paste it to not waste your time. And if you want, let me make this smaller, just pause it and try to write it yourself. Or if you're using the Notion guide, it's even easier. You can just copy and yeah, paste it like I did. Perfect. Now that we see, we have all of these correctly done except the News and Hot. And because I called it a little bit different, it's not News and Hot, but New and Hot. So if I save this one, they change the positions and now it's correct. Both of them have correct icons and everything is working perfectly. That's great. So now we are kind of moving towards the right direction. But now what we want to change is basically the whole color, the whole theme to Netflix, which is black. Right now we have a white background and that's not what we want. So we can go to layout and define our basically theme for this application. To do that, first of all, go here at the top inside the layout, which again wraps all of our screens and all of our folders. It's a root layout. And at the top here, let's create a new theme. We will call it My Theme and we will open it like this. First thing first, what we need to do here is we will need to destructure the dark theme and we will import it from React Navigation Native. So let's do that, import. We will also need to import the theme provider that I will show you where we use later. So let's import it right away, theme provider, and also dark theme. And yeah, I will add these and we will import it from React. And I think it's, yeah, like this, not like this, but navigation / native with 1A. If we save it, yeah, that's good now because we are getting the dark theme and the theme provider that we'll be using in a second. So now we can also define a lot of different things here. So first of all, let's do colors. And for the colors, what we want to change, well, for again, we need to destructure the dark theme dot colors. And now we can provide our own color. So for example, the primary, we will change the primary color to white. And if I save this, I can go even to dark theme and see what it has inside basically for the themes. So when I said that the colors I want to destructure, you can change a lot of different things like notification color, border, text color, card color, background, and primary color. As you can see, the primary right now is set to blue. That's why we're seeing these in blue color. But we want to have the primary as white. So that's why we are changing to this. And yeah, now we have basically what we want here for the dark theme, but it's still not changing. Well, to change it, what we will need to do is we will need to use this theme provider. So let's wrap our stack, basically everything that we have inside the app with theme provider. And now it's also expecting to get a value. So let's pass a value and the value will be the theme that we just created. And yeah, I removed here the R. So let's save it, and now we can see that it changed the colors how we want it. It has the primary color as white, so if I change here, let's say to red, you can see that the primary color changed also to red. But yeah, as I said, we want to have it white. That's perfect. We have our theme provider, and our main theme will be also black, so dark, and yeah, that's perfect. We can continue on building further our app. So let's go to the Notion guide and see if everything is done. Here, I think yes. So if we go to the lessons guide, we can go into the first custom component guide. And what we'll be doing here, we will be building our list and our first components that we'll be able to reuse later on in a lot of different places. So yeah, that's going to be exciting. First things first, let's see how to display a basic media item, and this is how we will do it. So let's go to the index file, which is going to be our home screen, and let's import from the assets, the ones that we imported, data. We will import the media list. So let's do import. And then you remember how I said that if we set up path aliases, it will be a lot easier to import things. Well, this is where you'll be able to see it, because we can simply say media list from, and then we can say right away assets, data, media list. Just as easy as that, we've imported the media list. Now let's say that we'll be working only with the item at the position 0, because that's how we are counting in programming. Yeah, with this item. So if we go back to our index, we can say something like media item, and then in here we will say which media. So for media list, take the item at position 0, and that's the item that we'll be wanting to use. Now let's give some styles to our text, and let's say that the color for this one, it will be white. We'll be needing a lot of different colors for different text. Maybe we'll use only white, but we'll see. The media item dot title. So we want to display this title of the section that we let's say got from our backend. But in this case, it's a dummy data, so maybe we'll, as I said, we'll be working on the part 2. So now if we save, you can see that the title changed to your next watch, which is exactly what we wanted. So if I'm going to take the at position 2, well, in this case, here we say 1, the title should be binge-worthy TV shows, and it changed here to exactly that. Okay, so that's how we are creating, or basically displaying, this like very simple data. And you might be wondering also, like, why, if you're a beginner, why are we using these curly braces here? And it's because if I would simply have it without it, it will treat it as a simple text. So we need a way to tell that it needs to be evaluated as a JavaScript expression, and that's why we are adding these curly braces here. Well, now, of course, in a way you could have it like this and display a second title, maybe even call it, have it like this, media item 2, and here 1, and you can say media item 2, and now we're going to be displaying 2 of these, but probably you're right away understanding that this is not efficient at all. It's taking way too much work and it's way too difficult. So we'll be using a component, basically a little Lego piece that we'll be able to reuse later on whenever we want. So inside the components folder, let's create a new file and let's call it media list item.tsx. And now what we can do is we can simply move this code. Well, there's not a lot to move here, but we can do it. Copy maybe even everything and paste it inside the media list item. But of course, we do have to write some boilerplate, which is export default function. Let's call this media list item. and let's return, and now we can return whatever we copied. Of course, we also need to import these views and text components from React Native. So let's do that. Import view. I'm missing my keyboard a lot today. From React Native. And once again, as you see. Perfect. We have it already imported, but we can see right away that it's complaining because we don't have a media item here. Well, what we could do is just simply copy this one and paste it in. Of course, we need to import the media list item as well. So I'm going back here. And now it's gonna be in a way working. So to test if it's working, we can actually, let's close everything else because it might be confusing. I will open only the things that we need to use. So in this case, it's media list item that we're working and the home screen, which is index. So how do we use this media list item inside our home component? Well, let's import. First of all, you're importing this component the same as you would the view component, the text component, and these components are already built-in React Native components. But here we are creating our own component. So it's already right away suggesting to import media list item from the components media list item. And instead of having this big piece of code, we can simply say import media list item, and we can even remove this for now. So if we save, you see that nothing changed. And if I go to media list item and let's say change it to position 1, we can see that it's changing. And that means we are reusing this very nicely. So we can even actually import a second one and of course have a second one. But right away we are getting another issue, which is we need to display different data. And right now we're simply displaying the same data all the time. Well, to solve this, we can pass data to our components as well, just as we did for the views with style. So that's how we are sending the props. So let's do that. Let's call our prop something like media item. And let's say we want to pass media list and we were pass the item at position 0. For the second one, let's do it a bit actually the same, just change this one and save it. Now we can go to the of course it's complaining, but don't mind, it's TypeScript complaints. We will solve them in a second. Now let's go to our media list item. And here we need to accept the data that we just sent to this component. So to accept this data, what we can do inside here, we can say that we are expecting to get this media item. So the name that you put here has to exactly match the name that however you defined. You can define it however you want, but it needs to match it here. So now if we save it, we are seeing that we are reusing them and the data is also changing. So we have your next watch and binge-worthy TV shows. That's amazing. So we no longer need to be importing and reusing here anymore. We can import our components from here and then reuse it there. So even if we do, let's say one more and say 2, we are gonna get again a different data. But that's not very efficient, as you can understand right away, because this is not maintainable. If you get more videos, more TV shows or movies in the future, you don't want to come back to the code, add these automatically, manually like this, and then release a new version. You want these items to be added automatically. So to do that, what we need to do is we will be needing to use also a flat list. And this is going to be our next lesson. So if we go to the Notion guide, we can scroll a bit down, and here I went through everything. The only thing I did not mention is that in theory, you could have here simply take in props, and then you could do props, media item, title. But if you write away the structure here inside saying media item with these curly braces, then we can use media item.title, removing the need of using the props word in front. So that's a little nice trick, and we'll be actually passing more props in the future for this build as well. But now let's go to our type safe components lesson and solve real quick before going into the lists these squiggly lines here and the ones that we saw there. What are these lines? Well, first of all, it's complaining that media item has any type. Basically, it doesn't have any type, and component does not know what to expect, what it should receive, and this is a bad practice. To solve this, we need to type our components, and TypeScript is amazing because it helps you to catch these errors very early. So for example, if I would, maybe let's implement it first and then I'll show you some examples. So the first thing that we will do is inside the source directory, let's create another directory called types. And if you go to the Notion guide, here I've prepared all the types that we will need for today's build. So you can simply copy this or pause the video and write it yourself. And inside these types, let's create also a file called types.ts and paste all of these components. I will quickly go over them and explain what it does and how they're working. So first of all, the media type is defining the media type, the media type, basically what it is. Is it a TV series and a movie? And we're displaying these types based on and I see that here, we'll come back to here, but I see that we're missing the equal sign here. I'm not sure why it's not included, but it needs to have an equal here. So how do we build these types? So if you go to our media detailed item, and let's say scroll to the first one, we can see all the data that we will be having. So let's split it evenly and see how are they the same. So for example, our whole media item will have an ID, the same as here, and it should be always a string. It has a type, which can be a movie, which is here, or it can be a TV series, which you can see here. So they can be either that or that. Then all of them have title, all of them have description, all of them have release year, which is in this case is a number, no longer a string. They have age restriction, duration, they have thumbnail, all of them, trailer, and seasons. But seasons are only for the TV, basically series. So if you go here for the seasons, we're defining what is a season. And if we scroll here, a season is an array of season name, which is here, a string of season name, and once again, an array of episodes inside a season. So we're defining once again an episode type as well. An episode type has an ID, the title, description, episode number, duration, thumbnail, and video URL. So that's basically how we've built these types by following and understanding the data that we will receive. And by following these types, we can implement them and apply them to our components to make it easier to use, to catch the errors, and much, much more. I will show you the issues that it helps us solve in a second. So first of all, we need to define the new type, and I like to call it media list item. Basically, I'm giving this name and just say props. Inside, then we are opening an object, and inside here we are defining what properties does the component expect. Well, it expects now the media item, and the media item has to be, if you go to the types, has to be the same as media list item. And you can see that these lists are different because we do not want to fetch all of this huge piece of information for our home screen. We want to have the least possible information, only what's required to have in the home screen. In this case, it's only the image in a way, and well, type is also important, and ID, of course. ID is always going to be important. And actually, if we go here, the media list is not written correctly because we are missing the type here. So let's add it as well. And now it matches it. And if we go to the back to our media list component that we just created, we need to say that it needs to use the media list type from the types that we've imported. And now that we have this, we need to apply these props to the component. To do that, we are simply saying it like this. Basically, media item needs to be the same as, I mean, all of the inside the properties that we'll pass later, and in this case for now we're passing only the media item, needs to have these properties basically that we define inside. So now if we go here, we can see that there is an issue saying that property title does not exist on type media list. So if we go here, actually we don't have the title. That is correct. So if we go, and these are right away the issues that it helps us solve. And actually we don't even have the type there because it's an array. So that's why it's so good. So what we need to do, instead of having here an image, we will say it has to have a title of string. And then we can say that it also should have a data. So if we go here, the data should be an array. And array consists of ID, image, and type. So if we go to our types, and we can follow even like this. So for saying data is going to be of type, let's say media list. I'm quite bad with names, but let's say media list, how to call it? What are these? Media list. Well, let's say data. I know you're gonna call it better, but that's mine. And it's going to be an array. Of course, we need to define it as well. So at the top here, let's do export type, and then let's say media list data. And now we can define inside here what data it should expect. Well, if we go back to our media list, we can even actually copy to make it easier for us, and maybe add it here and comment it out. So it has an ID. Well, let's say that we need an ID, and ID is a string. It also has an image, which is also a string. So let's do image, and it's also a string. And lastly, it has a type, which is, well, again, a string. So after defining all of this, if we close it and save it, now we have correctly written type. Basically, media list will have it won't have an ID. So it will have a title, and it will have a data. And the data will have an basically array of ID, image, and type. And now that I'm thinking, it's actually not good that these lists do not have a data, because it might be problematic in the future. So I think you will need to also add an ID if you're implementing your own backend, and that's what we will be doing in the future. But for now, I will leave here ID, not to forget in the future to also use it. But now we can see that here we'll no longer get any issues, any warnings. But if we go here, we do have it, and saying property ID is missing. Well, yeah, that's the problem. We don't have an ID. So we need to either remove it or go to this list. And actually, that's a better way. So I will go to the list, and after the stream, I will update the types in the Notion guide here. And maybe I will even do that now. But let's say the ID will be 1 for this, 2 for this, and lastly for this it's going to be ID 3. Now it's it's a string. So what, yeah, now this is solved, and I will go copy these actually and even update it right away, so that if there are people following, they will have the latest. So now, yeah, actually, that's very good that didn't work out right away, because it was a lot easier to showcase how it's how to build well, first of all, these types, and how can it help us to catch the issues. Another thing is, for example, if I would write media item title, it will right away say that property title does not exist on type media list. Did you mean title? And that's actually what we meant. So it helps us to resolve these issues right away. So that's what TypeScript is all about, and we'll see a little bit later even more uses of it. But for now, let's keep on working and creating our, did I miss something else? Well, no, actually I did not. So let's keep on working and creating our first component to have even more data and to be rendered automatically. So what we can do is we can go to our new board, and we can go to the next lesson, which is called list of media items. So here you can right away see the problem, and that I already explained to you. And to solve that problem of manually adding those items to the home screen, what we need to do is we need to use a flat list. To do that, well, it's kind of easy. Let's go to our index in tabs, and from React Native, let's import flat list. Now, for now, we can remove all of these. We will use them later. We can say that we will want to use a flat list, and flat lists have a few things that are, a few properties that are required. First is data, and the data is going to be the media list. So let's paste it in. So basically we need to pass here what array this list needs to display. But not only that, we also need to show to our flat list, basically explain to the flat list how does it need to render this data. And for that, we need a render item function, basically a callback that we will be using. And for now, I will not be taking the ID. I will show you later. Item I will show you later. So now we can go and say that, okay, so just render them the same as media list item that we defined previously. And instead of adding them manually here, flat list will take this media list array, check basically how many items do we need to display, and here we are explaining how to display it. First of all, right away, TypeScript is helping us is that property media item is missing. So that means we need to add the media item. But the thing is, how do we know what media item are we rendering now? FlatList has a very easy way of doing that. And to do that, we can simply destructure from this render item an item. An item that is being rendered right now. So basically it's going like this. Let me render this. This is the first item. Once I'm done, I'm going to be rendering this. And this item here returns the currently rendering item. So we can say, just use this. And if we save it, we can see that everything is still working the way we want it to work. So that's very good. And this is exactly what we want to achieve. But now we have to add some more things, because first of all, let's style actually our media list item a little bit better, because right now the text is small, the letters are barely seen, and this is important to fix. And it's also actually not even rendering what we want, because we want to render the media list item as a picture. Like like these should be the items actual. These are only the titles. So these titles, we can easily just render them at the top here. So if we go to the index inside here, we can render them inside this render item as a text. Well, simply like this. So if we remove this and say text, and this text will render the item that we take from here, and it will render the title. So yeah, we will give it a color of white. Yeah, perfect. So now it's working the same basically, but I just used it to, like, the media list item to showcase you easily how it works. But now that we have this, let's add a little bit more styles to this title, and it's not going to be a lot, but we do need to do that. To do that, we will create a style sheet. So we will import it from React Native style sheet dot create, and we will basically say here how to call it, section title, something like this. And now let me see what we want. I have here my design, so we definitely want a bigger font size, something like 16. And oh, of course, what we need to do is we need to apply these styles. So how to do that is saying styles, not styles, because that's a lot of styles, and use the section title that we displayed here. If we save it now, it will disappear because the color is not white. So we need to also apply here the color to be white. Perfect. We see that it's white, and the font size did increase a bit because the default is 14. So 16, maybe even 17 is good. But we also, I think, want a little bit bolder. So we'll pass the font weight of 700. So it's getting a bit bigger. That's good. And we also will add some padding vertical. So we will add padding on the vertical axis between basically each of these components, because as you can see here, it does have this padding at the top and at the bottom. So let's do that. Okay, I think it's more or less good. So now, like, how do we display the multi-row in a way that we have this your next watch, but we also need to render all of the data that's inside. So in a way, we want to render the basically the TV series and movies that's inside under this category. And to do that, we will do a little bit differently than maybe, well, not differently, I would say more interesting, because we're having this unique way of rendering items. But we'll have this inside this render item, we will render another list that will render these movies. So how to achieve that? Well, first of all, let's create this once again return statement inside. And inside here, let's wrap everything inside a view. So let's do this. And at the top of this view, we will have the title. So nothing changes there. I just cut it out and now paste it in. So, but with this title, we will be rendering another flat list inside. But now the difference between this flat list is going to be that this flat list is going to be horizontal. And to make it horizontal, we simply need to pass a flag called horizontal, or you can say horizontal equals true. Nothing, like, basically the same. But of course, flat list still expects more things. Well, it expects the data to know what to render. And what we will do here is to we need to access this data inside here. And to make it easier, because we will have here item as well when rendering the item, we can rename this property however we want. So we will say that, let's say, you can call it however you want. Maybe you will have a better name, but I will call it vertical list item. So now I can use here vertical list item.title. Nothing changes. Well, I don't have the data, so that's why we're seeing this crash. But now inside here, I can say vertical item, a list item, dot data, which is going to be this, is going to be the array that we want to go over. Then what we will do is we'll say render the item. Now we need to say how to render those pictures, those images. And to do that, we will follow very similar structure. So like this, and now it's the actual place where we will render this media list item. So if we do like this, if we do like this, and now if we take from here the item, to make it like the same naming convention, I will call it horizontal list item. You can leave it simply item, and then I will say that the media item, and I'll right away see that we will have an issue because I changed the types. So maybe we'll need to change back the types. But if I say horizontal list item, it's right away, of course, throwing us the error that I said, because we just said that the media list item should consist of like ID, title, and data. But this is incorrect. Like, we will create another type that we will call a bit differently. We will call it, oh no, actually this is the one that we need, media list data. So we created it. So, but the thing is that we're here saying to use the media list, which is this type, which has the ID, title, and the data. But this is not correct, because we want to actually use the media list data. Basically, we want to have this type. So by going here, we can change it quite easily to media list data, and then we can remove this. So now it's gonna work. Of course, it no longer has the title, but maybe we can render the ID for now. And now everything is working. So if we go to the index, it's no longer complaining, and we solved this issue. Perfect. So now, once we have this, we can start, and you can see that this is scrollable as well. So we are kind of getting to the place like where we want. Now, if we go to the media list item, we can start changing our code to display those images. So now, instead of the text, we will display the image itself, and we can import it from React Native. So if we import this image, we can, first thing that we need to say is the source of this image. So what is the source? What do I need to render? And we say the URI will be this image variable, basically. So what we will do is we will say media item dot image. But if we save, you see that nothing is changing. Well, it's supposed to be like that, because what we need to do is we need to define the width and height of the image, basically how big it needs to be. Let's say, let's give a width of 110, and I will give an aspect ratio of 3 divided by 4. And yeah, here right away we are seeing all of the images that we have. That's good, but we still need a few more adjustments, let's say. Well, first things first, we do need margin on the horizontal axis a little bit, because they're squished together. Let's start with 4, maybe even 5. Yeah, 5 is good enough. And then we can also give the border radius on the image, because now it's a square, but if you see, Netflix has a little bit like of rounded corners, something like this. And now this is already a lot better. This is actually exactly what we have in here. So we are kind of done with the media list item. The next thing that we will implement, and this is actually only to make it look nicer, but we will add this top part as well in our application. So let's go to the index in our home screen. And here we can add a little bit of styles, but I'm thinking, like, should I do it myself, or okay, I'll do it step by step. I thought maybe to simply copy paste and because if you want, you can simply have it inside here. Yeah, here. the whole top part and you can just copy paste it, but I will do it step by step to explain a little bit better. So first of all, what we will do is we will have a view that wraps our basically whole header. That's one thing. And inside it, well, first of all, let's add text for Lucas, because that's the first thing I see. And let's make it white to have it look better, well, visible. So here we have for Lucas. And the way I approach it, I see, okay, I have this, I have the icon, and then I have these. And this is how I add the components, basically. So I can right away see that this tabs part will be annoying us here. So, okay, let's try to hide it. And well, it's actually quite easy to hide it. If you go to the root layout and inside this stack, we can say that we want to hide the header also the way we did for the tab. So if we go to screen options, and then if I say header shown, the same as I did there, and pass false and save it, we can see that it's hidden. But now, of course, another problem, our content is hidden behind a notch. It's very easy to fix it. If we go back to our main home screen, to fix it, the only thing we need to do is use safe area view from React Native safe area view context and change it at the bottom as well. So now if we save it, we can see that it's no longer like basically putting our content behind unsafe area, which is notches here and sometimes notch here. So now it's just like that, fixed and good to use. So we can continue on creating our header. Well, we had for Lucas and we also had an icon. And actually I've here have in my notes the icon that I will use, which is going to be the feather search. So if I need to, of course, import it. So like this, I can save it and it appeared here. Now there is a little bit of issue because it's not under and it's not aligned in one direction, basically in one row. It's aligned in columns, so we need to change that. And to do that, what we will do is simply say that flex direction should be row, basically of like this, of these items inside this view. So that's already better, but the header title needs way more styling, and I will add here basically the weight, the size. So it's gonna expand here too much. I don't want to keep in line so many styles. So what I will do is I will say, let's use styles and let's call it header title. And let's define at the bottom header title, and let's define these titles. So first of all, of course, the color is white. We keep it the same. Now let me check where is the design that I have to make it easier to style. Okay, so font size can be something like 20 maybe. Okay, that's good enough for me. And the font weight, let's make it fully bold. Something like this. Okay, that's good enough. I like it. So now we need to add some styles, some more styles to the container here as well. So I'm seeing that I will add more styles than one or two. Let's create again the container and let's call it header title container, header title container. So inside here we can define once again header title container. And this keeps it a little bit cleaner to read in here instead of having these huge lines of styles. So it actually, you can have inline styles, that's fair, but this helps it easier to keep track of your bigger components. So we're keeping the flex direction as a row, and let's see what else do we want to do that. Actually, that's not a lot. So this one I could have kept also in line, but let's make it consistent. So I just want space between to have these two spaced apart. Basically, one needs to be on one side and the other on the other side. Of course, right away I see that that's not it. I will need some more styles to the whole header container, and it's again not a lot of styles, but I will wrap it all. Oh, not this. I will wrap the whole header inside another view, and well, I'm doing that because below we are adding again those filters, little filters. And actually, let's do that. So let's add text. And how is it? One is says TV shows. The other one says movies. So actually, we can simply do this. So another one says movies, and the last one says categories. Perfect. So this is, of course, we need to add some styles to them. And I right away see that all of the styles will be exactly the same. So why waste time and write all of them one by one? We can create in a style sheet an object that we will apply to all of these styles. So let's say styles dot, and let's call it filter text. Let's copy this, go back to our styles and define the styles that we'll apply to all of them. And where is it? So here we'll need a little bit more of things. So first of all, let's start right away with color. Let's make it white to make it visible. I do see that it needs to have a bit, like maybe even smaller font. So maybe font size should be like 12. Maybe my screen's a bit smaller, but on bigger screens, I think it should be around 12. Okay, what else? Well, it doesn't have a border around it. So let's say border width of 1. You don't see it now. So let's add some border color. So let's say border color, and let's do it light gray. Perfect. That almost perfect. We'll make it work. Well, of course, it needs then in that case border radius, and let's make it something like 15 because the ends need to be rounded. That's good. The font weight, I do feel that it's bolder, so let's make it bold. So even if the text is small, now that we make it bold, it's gonna stand out better. Of course, it needs some padding. So first of all, let's add padding vertical, and I believe that 5 is good enough on the top and the bottom. But it needs, in my opinion, more padding horizontally, so on the sides. And I will do padding horizontal and something like 10. Okay, that's already way better. And actually, now that I'm seeing, it shouldn't be, even the text maybe shouldn't be white. It should be more like light gray as well. But do I need font size of, maybe actually let's do it like this. So yeah, 12 is gonna be good enough. Okay, so this, and well, one more thing is that it's of course not, well, first of all, displayed with all the rest side by side. So we need to solve this. First things first, let's apply the styles to all of them. Style, and then we'll say styles.filter text, and maybe I will just copy for the last one. Okay, so now we do have them, but of course they are displayed incorrectly. We do need to display them in a row. So what that means, we will wrap all of these inside, again, one more view, and we need to display these in a row. So we can say style, and so how you would do inline styles, you could simply like do like this flex direction row. We already seen how it works, and I do see that it needs some gap, so let's do 5, and that's totally good. Like you can apply styles like this, but yeah, like let's keep it consistent, and let's say styles filter container, and let's define here filter container, and yeah, and let's paste it in. Let's keep this, yeah, like this. So that's already getting better, but well, I see right away again that it's too squished. We do need some sort of like space between them, and it's not a lot, but we can add something like styles, and then let's call it header, the whole header container, not just the title. And let's define those styles. There's not going to be a lot of them. I do think it needs a little bit of margin horizontally. So like we'll add on the sides. And I do definitely feel that we need some gap between the items. So let's add a gap of maybe even 10, something like this. So it's actually coming up together very nicely. And I think from what I'm viewing, it's done. Like this is exactly what we needed. And this is exactly what we've built. So yeah, that's perfect. We have our home screen in a way completely ready. So if we go here, you can, yeah, the whole header is done. And here you can see the styles. So now if we go back to our board, we can go and continue working on the media item details screen. So this is going to be where we will spend most of our time today, and probably we'll say the most complex part, because here we'll be managing different videos like for trailers and being able to choose different episodes while deciding between movie and TV show. So it's gonna require most like logic. So before getting into it, let's see what the chat is saying. Hello from Brazil. Hello, Silvio. Hello, Satoshi. Hello. Are you using new Expo SDK 53? Yes, Julio. I'm using Expo SDK 53. HA developer, just joined the stream. I build Netflix-like TV apps and I'm working on the paginated data in a FlatList. It works, but my focus is jumping around. Okay, that's interesting. I see you are joining a lot and you're very active on Discord. You can try to share your issue there. We can all chat and yeah, help to find the solution for all of this. Why not use React Native bottom tabs? Looks amazing on Android. Well, I believe this looks amazing as well, and it's very easy to implement. Everything is built in, so it's amazing. Hello, Lucas, brother. Hello, Aditya. Very glad to see you here. Very glad to see you. Happy birthday to Vadim. Yes, today's Vadim's birthday. So, guys, just wish him happy birthday, and I will let it to know him. Surprised it's not Vadim. Hey, all. Faisal, hello, hello. Yeah, like recently I'm going to be appearing, and I am already appearing a bit more often on this YouTube channel. I did already quite a few tutorials. So yeah, hopefully we'll become friends, and hopefully you'll enjoy my content as well. But Vadim will be appearing on the screen very often as well, every other week, I would say. So Michael, hello from Tanzania. Hello from Lithuania. Hello from Cairo, Egypt. Colombia, Rick. Hello, nice to see you guys here. I'm very glad you're spending your Friday together. So yeah, hopefully it's gonna be interesting, chill evening. If you have questions, it doesn't have to be related to coding. Just let me know, and yeah, we can always talk about it. So, but for now, let's take a quick sip of water. I believe it's important. Whoops. And continue working. Ayu, hello from Ethiopia. Nice. Hello, hello. So now what we need to do is start by creating the media details screen. Basically the screen that will open after clicking on one of these items. And to do that, inside the app directory, let's create a new folder, and let's call that folder media details. Inside this media details folder, and it's without the parentheses, that's what we want. We don't want to group it. We will create another file, which is going to be called id.tsx. So you will very, very soon see why we do define it with the array basically and ID inside very soon. So inside here, let's quickly define like a very basic boilerplate. Export default function, media details, and let's return a simple view. And yeah, let's do it like this. Simple view, and also maybe it would be good to have some sort of text to understand. Yeah, let me closing tag. Oh my God, here, closing tag. And that one, let's remove. I'm misclicking so much today. I don't know why. Okay, and text. And the text will say media details. Perfect. Here, let's have also import text from React Native and let's save it. That's going to be good for us, like the basic boilerplate that we can work on. So now that we have this detail screen, I will explain a little bit about why do we have these brackets, square brackets around it. And basically, when you add a square bracket around the name, this makes it a dynamic route. And a dynamic route means that if the user navigates to something like slash media details slash 123, this 123 is, because here we have media details, this 123 is going to be the ID, and this ID is going to be a parameter that we can receive to our screen. So similarly to how URLs work on the web, where you have, let's say, example.com slash media details slash 123, the ID is the dynamic, basically, you are basically, yeah, the ID that you pass in here, or after a slash, or however you define it. This is basically to determine which media item to show. And this is how you would do exactly on the web. And we will see it in action very, very soon. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to know on which item did we click when we go here. Well, to achieve that, we need to we need to implement after the tap some sort of navigation. So to do that, let's go to media list item. And inside here, we will add a few adjustments. First of all, we will be using a link, and we will wrap everything. Instead of view, we will wrap it with link from Expo Router. So let's close it also with link. But link expects one more property, which is href, to know where to navigate the user to. And in our case, it's going to be media details, because that's how we define it here, media details, slash, and then we need to add the ID. So we could simply say 123, and you can go to, yeah, now you see that it's messed up, and to solve it, we simply need to pass as child to the link. And what this does is basically it tells the link to let its child handle the click event rather than the link itself, basically, to handle it. And it's very important to also add inside here, if we are adding as child, a pressable, because the children needs to have a on press, on click, or basically click event to be able to handle it. So that's what we'll do. We don't need to pass any anything else to pressable, on press or whatever. It's gonna handle everything correctly, but it's important to wrap it inside pressable as well. So now that we have this, if you click on one of these items, you'll be navigated, and of course I did not change the name, but if I the color. So if I go here and say color white, we will see it here hidden at the top. But we need to get somehow we need to get this ID that we are passing, because otherwise we don't know what to fetch from the backend. And well, first of all, let's go slowly and solve the hidden issue, because it's going to be quite annoying. So we already saw how to do that. Safe area view from React Native safe area context. We save it. It's already here. It's a lot better. Now, how do we take this data that we just passed? It's, again, very easy. Just say we need to define const. Now we need to say inside here what the name basically of our parameter that we're passing, and in our case it's called ID. And then we will take it from use local search params from Expo Router. So if we do it like this and say media details and of ID, if we console log it, we see here 123. So if we go back to, let's say, media list item and say 1.3, and let's say go back and go to video, now it's going to be 1.3. It's taking this ID dynamically. So of course you can name it however you want, but ID does make a lot of sense here. Now we need to make this ID actually dynamic instead of hard coding the ID. And to do that, we will very easily open this JavaScript basic expression and say that we're gonna be taking from the media item that we're passing, like, from the list here, we will take the ID of the item that we're pressing on. So if we save it, if we go, let's say here, we're gonna see that the media item is 1. Here, media item 13. Here, media item 9. So that means that we're dynamically passing these IDs and everything is working how we want, which is amazing. So now that we have this in a way working, we need to keep on working on our media details screen. And first things first, that what we will do is we want to take the actual media item based on the ID with full information and then use this information. So to do that, let's clean up a little bit and close. We'll no longer use that one. Let's go to our media details screen. And in here, let's fetch it basically. So when we will implement the backend, if there's interest, then we will use here the backend to call basically and say, give me an item based on this ID. But now we have the dummy data here with us. So we will say that we will take the media item and we will try to find it from the media detailed list, it's called. Yeah, let's import it first of all, of course. Import media list, or maybe let's call it media detailed list from, and we say assets data media detailed list. So now we will try to look inside the media detailed list array and try to find, very important, the media with the same ID. So we will say, let's take this media, and if the media ID that's here, basically that we're passing either like this one, because it's gonna pass through all of them until it finds, if it equals to the ID that we got here, that means we found this item and we can display the data based on this item. However, if we did not manage to find the media item, we do need to handle this case and we need to say, basically return some sort of a message to the user that, well, this was not found. So, oh my God, so many misclicks. So we will say return, and we will return a simple text saying media item was not found, something like this. And this is exactly, we can even simplify. You don't like, because we're returning only one component, we don't need these brackets. We can simply say like this. And now if we don't find the item, the user will see media item was not found. And let's add some styles, and the style, let's simply add the color of white, and that's it. So, however, if the media item was found, we can start actually using it. And to use it, let's display, I would say, the title. So media item dot, and you see TypeScript is already like suggesting us. So we will use media item dot title. If we save it, if we go here, we see the Shawshank Redemption, Top Gun Maverick, and basically know that it works. Black Mirror, and so on. So that's very good. It's already working better than we wanted. So, well, not that we wanted, but it's working good. So now let's go back to our Notion guide and let's see what's next. So here I've showed you all of this, and yeah, here, well, it's time probably to start working on the media info component. Okay, so now it's very important to mention the way we will work on this, because this media details component would get out of hands very quickly. It would be very big because we want to handle so many things there, display so many things there. We will be building it using reusable components. Basically, this will help us to make the screen clean, maintainable, and assemble our UI from, as I say here, Lego blocks. So let's start by creating the media info component, which will display, and let me show you, which will display this like big block of a lot of information like the title, the years, age restriction, and much more. So let's go to our components, and because we will be creating so many files, that components that will be used in this media details screen, we can make it even more clean, and inside the components create media details directory, and inside here create those files. So let's say media info.tsx. And in here what we will do is repeat a lot of what we already saw, which is creating a basic export default function, media info, basic boilerplate, return, and then return return some, for now, view, and even a text, I would say, saying info. Okay, that's good, but now we need to, of course, the color, let's make it white. And now we need to use this media info component inside the details screen. So again, how we saw how to use it, we will first things first import this component called media info. And instead of having this title here, we will right away use it, media info. So like this. If we save it, we can go right away to here. We can see that it says info here. So that's good. We can start, that means that it's working, it's connected well. We can start passing the properties to media info. So if we see here, what properties will we need? Well, we will need the title, the release year, the age restrictions, the duration, and also the description. So let's start passing that. Maybe this way it's gonna be a lot better. So let's say first things first, the title. And because we will be taking so many of different properties, it doesn't really make sense to have always media item dot title. It will be very annoying to write this media item over and over and over again. So we will maybe simplify it a little bit. And if we see that we have this media item, everything is good, we can destructure it inside here. And let's say we are gonna be destructuring from media item. And for now, let's take what we need. So we need to take title because we just checked it. We will need to take, let me check again the design real quick. Here. So yeah, we'll be taking the release year. We'll be needing age restrictions, duration, and description. I think that's oh, we will need the type because I see that for the movies we're displaying duration as in the minutes, but for the TV shows we're displaying the number of seasons. So we will need also the type of it. And for now that's it, but later we will add a bit more. So now that we have all of this, we can right away pass it a lot nicer, just like this. So title, then we'll say we also want to pass the release year, the age restrictions, duration, description, and type. Perfect. Now, of course, right away TypeScript is complaining because we're passing so much data, but it's not really expecting it. So we need to fix this and make it properly work. So in here at the top, once again, we define the media info props. And in here, we will say what it should expect to get. Well, once again, we will repeat ourselves. And to make it easier, you can just copy this And if you go here, do the same as I did and comment it out. And we know that, well, we need title, which is going to be string. The release year is going to be, I think it's a number. Age restrictions is going to be a string. Duration, it's going to be once again a number. Description, it's well, definitely a string. And type is also a string. Let's copy probably. Hello from Nairobi, best city in the world. Hello, Alan. Hello. Hello from Kenya, Wallace. Hello. Luis from Brazil. A lot of people are joining today from Brazil. That's amazing. It's Brazil looks really beautiful. I've never been there, but I would love to go there and visit you guys. Anurag, hello. Is there a way to incorporate any kind of unit testing in this tutorial? I've been looking for some, but haven't been able to find anything. So today we won't be implementing that, unfortunately. There's still a lot of things to showcase, and but yeah. So I'm really sorry, Anthony. Media info. Yeah. So we'll be. Maybe I should show you a different way of getting these props. And probably when there's a lot of props, it wouldn't make sense to destructure all of them because this would be very long. So in those cases, and that's more of a personal preference, I do it like this. I would say props, and of course I need to again apply the type that we here define, and now save it. And then what I can do is also go here, say const, and just as we did inside the detail screen, I can destructure these properties. And from inside here, I can take like the title, the release year, and it's already like helping me to autocomplete and type. So now if I save this and if I go here, it's complaining about the type number or undefined is not assignable to number. Type undefined is not assignable to type number. Do we have the duration to all of them? Oh, no. So that's the thing. Duration is only available for the movies. So let me show you. Duration is only available for the type movies. But for the TV series, duration is not available. And now it's TypeScript is right away telling us, okay, here's an issue. Or why is that like that? And we need to tell that the duration is optional. So basically now it's gonna work because the duration is, if it's there, it's probably gonna be only on the movie. But the TV shows should, like, it's not mandatory or needed to have it, so that's why duration is optional. And to make it optional, you simply have a question mark, and now it's working. So now that we have all of this data, maybe I like it to have in a column, not in a single line. So that's also more of a personal preference, but yeah. Now we can start using all of this, and well, to do that, first of all, probably we can simply use the title. That's going to be the easiest, which is Shawshank Redemption here. And yeah, we will need a lot of, well, not a lot, but quite a few styles here. So I'm thinking probably at first I will have all of this data and then later I will apply the styles. Or should I apply the styles one by one? Maybe let's do it first of all, like define all of it. So what we need, I see, is the title. Then we will need to have a release year, age restriction, and duration in a single line. And I see that they are grouped together. So right away, because I see that, I will make them in a single view because they will need to be aligned in a row. So let's once again copy this and paste it a few times because it's going to be release year, age restriction, and yes. So first things first, release year, then I will have age restrictions, and lastly, we will have the duration. But TV shows do not have a duration. So this one is going to be a little bit different, but we will adjust it later. Okay, we have all of this data. Then we will have a button, which is gonna be press button. So, well, pressable makes sense. And inside here, we will have a icon and a text. So for the text, we can have it like this, and it will simply say play. And the icon, I have it prepared somewhere. Here it is, from Font Awesome. We will use a icon, and let me import it. So yeah, if you want to see all of the icons, simply go to Expo Vector Icons and you'll find millions of icons here. So if you, well, probably not millions, but like if you click right play, you can choose whatever you want, click on one of them, import it and use it. So very easy to understand. And here's React Native Mastery, so go check it out. Yes, so play and font awesome, but the color is going to be black, so we'll change it later a little bit. Now, after pressable, I see that we only have some description, so let's use this, and let's use description. Perfect, let's save it. And I think that's it. Yeah, I don't see in the design anything else. So now we can go and start applying those styles. First of all, let's import the style sheet at the top. So style sheet, and inside here const styles equals style sheet dot create, and in here we define, let's start with the title. So let's apply it here to see the changes right away and be able to adjust accordingly. And let's see what we need. Well, yeah, again, color will be white. What's next? I see that the font size is definitely should be bigger, something like 18 at least. Font weight, 600. Yeah, I think it's good. And let's also, for the fun of it, add some letter spacing to make it a bit different, a bit more, like to stand out a bit more. Perfect, we have the style ready. Now we want to style this container to basically align them correctly and have the spacing correct. So let's say styles and header container, something like this. It's gonna be good enough. So we can even copy here and do it like this. And I forgot, yeah. So now for header container, what do we need? We actually don't need much. I believe we only need flex direction of row to make them all in one row. And we also need some spacing, but not too much between all of them. So maybe something like 5 should be good enough. And now let's give, I see that release year and duration is in a way exactly the same. So now it's a very good good use case once again to define the styles inside a style sheet. So I will call something like meta info text, yes, like this, and I will have actually completely same styles for the duration as well. So now let's define them inside here, and what will they be? Okay, so not too much. I think they are very basic. So color of white, and also maybe actually even smaller font size. I do believe I made it smaller in the example. So yeah, font size 12 should be good enough, but the age is gonna be a little bit different than those other ones. It needs few more styles applied to it. So let's do age. And let's define it here. So what do we want for the age? Well, first of all, color of white. Then we will want to make it smaller, definitely even smaller than the rest. So something like 9. My screen is quite small because of the camera. I cannot make it bigger because you wouldn't see the iPhone. But I think, yeah, it should be something like this. Font size 9. So I will add some padding around the whole, like basically circle. And then we will make a background color, and I see that I prepared a color for it, which is 636363. Okay, it's kind of grayish, and also like the border of it should be a little bit more rounded. So something like this, I believe, is what we are trying to achieve here. Perfect. This is almost done. We will need to probably a bit, but no, they're pretty close to each other. So that's, for now, that's good. Now let's style the button, because button will have quite a few styles, to be honest. So let's add it here, and let's call it play button. In here, once again, let's define play button. And let's start by changing the background color to light gray. That's more or less. Then let's add a border radius. Yes, we do need a little bit, not too much. What else? We do need definitely padding. How much though? 7, 10? No, 10 too much. 7. We need to align everything inside the middle, so we will be applying justify content center, but we also need to have them in flex direction of row to basically have them side by side. So now it works, like otherwise it was like this. So now that, of course, they need some space between each other, so maybe something like 8, not too much. Yeah, that's good. I see that this color shouldn't be really white. Let's make it just the bigger font. So let's make it font weight, and let's add some font weight of a little bit bigger, 600. But now you can very easily see what's there. But we're not done with styling the button. So now that we have this, we need some margin and we need some margin vertically because it's too close. And I would say something like 10 on top and bottom. This is starting to look a lot like Netflix. So that's way better. And the last thing that I want to do is simply align the items in this center. So if you saw like the play text, went down a little bit more. So now we have kind of done description section of the media. So that's good. That's very good. For now, we can leave this description as it is here. The only thing is that if I go now to TV shows, we're not gonna be able to display the duration because, as you remember, I told you we don't have duration for the TV shows. For the TV shows, we need to display the seasons. And we need to display the number of seasons. Well, for that, let's go back to our media details and pass down the number of seasons in here. Well, and for that, of course, it's also gonna be optional. It's not gonna be mandatory because, well, movies do not have seasons. So now for the number of seasons, what we need to do is we also need to import from media item, not import, but this structure, the seasons. And simply, we will say seasons.length. So what it does, it's saying if there, and of course this question mark is important. If there's seasons, we will return the number of them, basically how big is the array, or 3 seasons, 2 seasons, or whatever. But now we do see a TypeScript issue because we're not handling the number of seasons. And if we go to media info, we did not define it inside our media info props. So let's do that right now. And let's say number of seasons. It's also going to be optional and it's going to be a number. So now if we save and go back, we see that there's no TypeScript issue anymore. And we can actually make use of it inside here for the duration and display the proper seasons or duration. Well, to do that, let's do this. Let's say type. So we need to make sure that if the type is movie, So if we're checking a movie, we will simply show the duration of it. So we are doing $ duration, and we are also adding minutes at the end. But if it's, and I forgot like to add a question mark, because we're saying if it's a movie, show this, but else we will be showing a number of seasons. So let's do like this once again, number of seasons. I did not import. I'm seeing like why I don't see it here. But yeah, number of seasons, let's import it first of all. And now use it, number of seasons. And we also need to add at the end word seasons. So now if we save it, we see that it's there. So it says 2 seasons for the Last of Us. But if we go to the movie, it shows the duration. So that's exactly what we wanted to achieve with this. And also for the pressable, for now, let's add basic on press event, which is going to be simply console logging something. So something like, something pressed, let's say console log, and let's say pressed. So for now, we will only leave it like this, but later on, of course, after clicking press, we do need to start the movie or the last watched TV episode. Okay, perfect. We do have our media info component, and here you can find, maybe I changed some styles, but I believe they should be more or less very similar, but you can copy everything and paste it in if you prefer. And we can start working on here I have more information about like how to use it, and with some highlights. So feel free to download the Notion guide the way I showed you, or with the link in the description, and follow with me together. But now the next lesson is going to be playing the media that we want. So this is going to be more or less the meat of today's tutorial. And to do that, we first of all need to install the Expo video that's going to be used for managing the media playback. So let's copy this command, or simply write it down. There's not a lot yet, so it's not going to be difficult. But we can stop this server, press npx expo install expo video, click enter, and wait a second until it installs Expo video. If you go to the official documentation that I left a link inside, you can find here a bit of more information, basically on how to configure with in-app config, and with some properties that you can leave inside the app JSON for the plugin to configure itself. So feel free to check it out. And here is like for a bit of usage. I will definitely showcase you how to use all of that during this tutorial, but you can also read it if you want. But before starting to dive deeper into the code, let's read some maybe comments. And hello from Myanmar. Hello, Za. Bibek. Hello from Iceland. Even from Iceland, people are watching. That's impressive. Very, very nice. Hello, Lucas. Peter. Hello. Happy birthday to Vadim. I will let guys know. There are a few more people basically wishing happy birthday to Vadim. I will definitely tell that to him. But I see that Vadim himself replied, hello all, I hope you're enjoying what Lucas prepared for you. Thank you, Peter. So, guys, Vadim saw that. And Kaif is saying, I think it's pre-recorded. Well, maybe I'm sounding like an AI, but no, it's not pre-recorded. I am doing everything live, and you can see that I'm doing it live from the beginning, because there was, I think, a small issue with the asset bundle. So if it was pre-recorded, I wouldn't have left that. So now, it's definitely live. But if you have any more questions, feel free to type them in. Now let's continue. So now that we installed the Expo video, we need to go, first of all, run our server again, and I will clear the cache as well. Let's click I and reload. Uh-huh. So yeah, we have this, and let me. Yeah, I see some pre-recorded comments to throw off other pre-recorded comments. That's a lot of pre-recorded words, but yeah. So what's next? What's next? Yeah, we need to go and start working on our media. Well, the first thing that we will do is we will initialize the video playback inside our media details screen. Well, to do that, you can do that by following the Expo documentation to see how to like initialize those video players. It's here actually, but we'll have a few different settings, so you can find and copy mine if you want, but I will do it step by step with you guys. So at the top of our media details screen, we will initialize two video players. And you will see soon why too. But one of them will be used for a trailer, because on Netflix, whenever you open a TV show, at the top it shows a little trailer or a little showcase basically of the movie. It doesn't show the actual movie, but a trailer. So that's why we'll use that at the top. But we need another video player to basically start the actual movie or TV show episode. And we're doing it with two different video players, because if you use one, it's going to be quite difficult to manage and change those videos between the players if you use only one. Because let's say if you open, maybe I'll show you actually later with actual examples why are we even doing this more, but it's going to be a lot easier to handle everything. So let's define the first trailer player, and let's say use video player from Expo Video. And inside here, we need to pass the video URL that will be playing. And we do have that inside our media item. So if you go do this, you can say trailer and you'll get it. So we will pass the video URL, and we also can use the player itself as a callback to pass some more configurations. So something like this. And inside here, we can pass a lot of different configurations, and you can find that in Expo documentation. But the ones that we need is one of them is player.current time. And what this does is this basically allows us to start the video from a certain position. And we're doing this because a lot of trailers usually start with either a slow intro or even sometimes the like presentation of the title or whatever, but we want to right away, like Netflix does, show the meat of of the trailer, or maybe basically predefine something where it should start, not slowly. So you can say something start from the 10 seconds in already. And we also want to start the trailer right away when the user gets into the details screen. So that's why we have player.play right away. So this basically, what this does is it starts the trailer playing whenever you open this detail screen. This is how Netflix does, so we'll follow it the same. However, the other player will be for the main media. So we will define it very similarly, but it will have a different video source. For now, we don't have it, but I will show you how to get it. And it will have a few different setups. So we will also have this callback function, but this callback function will simply do, we will say that player should show now playing notification. So if you have an iOS device, you will be familiar. So for example, if you are watching Netflix, and if you close your screen or draw the notification like tab, or how is it called, you will see that some media is playing. So that's what we're doing it with this, to basically show that the user what he's watching now. Okay, but now for the video source. It's a little bit problematic because the thing is that we want to show the users the, so for example, if it's a movie, we want to show one video URL. And if you go to our media detail, we can see that this is the actual movie of our like movie. But the TV series don't have this video URL because we have multiple seasons with multiple episodes. And if it's your first time when you're like opening a TV series, we should start the first season, first episode. So we need to determine before what is the video URL based on the type of media that we open. So what we will do, we will say const video source, and we will say that the type, once again, if the type is a movie, then we will simply take the video URL and showcase that. That's as easy as that. However, if it's not a movie, that means it's a TV show, and it's going to be a little bit more complicated because we will need to take it from the seasons. And if there are seasons, let's be safe, so let's add question marks at position, like first position. Then what we need to do next is, just because we went into the seasons, it has multiple episodes, so we need to go inside episodes array, and we will do that. So we'll say inside episodes, and we also want to access this safely. So let's do this. Then again, we're gonna take the first episode from the first season, and only then we'll be taking the video URL of that episode. So if you go here, now we have the video URL. So finally, we managed to dig down and get our video URL for the TV shows. However, we want to also check, like just in case, because TypeScript will explain. Something like this. If there is no video source, that means something is not working correctly. I see right away playing the video in the background, so I'll close it. But yeah, if there is no video source, we will say video source was not found. It's never gonna happen because we are like 100% sure that either like a movie, a video URL, or TV show for the seasons and episodes will have it. But yeah, for the TypeScript to be cool with us, we need to have it like this. Okay, so now that we have that, if we go back to our application, which is here, and then Netflix clone, of course, we need to pass to our video player the video source now. So because we have the URL, we can pass it and have it here. So now we have two different video players that we're able to use in a way. But for now, we will not see anything or won't even display anything because we're not using yet the video views. And because this video view will have a lot again of different code to display here, I will create once again a new component, which I will call media header, because this will always stay on top once we go to the detailed page. So media header is a good name. So let's call it media header .tsx, and now in here, once again, as always, I start export default function, and let's say media header with some boilerplate code, return, and let's say view, no, not this, I import something, just view, and then also some text from React Native, which will say media header. Let's add the color of white, and let's import it inside here to see if it's actually connected and everything is working. So we called it media header. Let's see if we import it correctly. Yes, components, media, details, media header. Perfect. So if we save it and go to one of these, we can see here at the top that we have media header. So that's very good. And I see right away, because these players are here, the sound is starting to play. So for now, I will comment them out while we are building the media header itself. Because if we go to our media, like if we go to our design, which is here, we can see, and this is how Netflix has it, until you have the video trailer buffered and loaded, we need to display some sort of a loading screen. And to make it nicer, we will display it with the image behind it. Well, a little bit less opacity, but it should look like this while the video is being loaded. And we can see that we'll have a close button. So more or less, we can right away think about what we need to pass in there. Well, first of all, we need definitely a thumbnail. So let's import that thumbnail. And thumbnail is that image that's behind like the opacity. So let's call it thumbnail equals, and let's pass it there. What else do we need there? We'll need a way, well, of course, we will need to pass these media players, both of them. So we can actually do that right away. So one of them will be trailer player, and the other one will be media player, like this. Okay, so now it's gonna a little bit complain because yeah, but probably let's do it like this, and maybe let's just not play it. Okay, we do have this. We will need a way to know whether it's loading or it finished loading, and we will be handling that. I'm thinking like, yeah, probably I will be creating here the loading screen, and once we have, or doesn't it make sense? Let me think. So I can have it also in there and set it to false. Will I need it somewhere else? I'm wondering. I don't think so. Yeah, I think we can do it inside there. So we can go to media header and right away start building, well, at least a little bit. The first thing that we will do is add the image probably and the close button to know where to actually render it. And because our image will have an activity indicator on top, I believe it's gonna be easier, instead of simply rendering the image, to render image background from React Native. Then, oh, of course, I need to accept here the props, and because there will be quite a few props, I will do it like this. And in here, what I remember that we took thumbnail. Well, that's for now, that's gonna be one of the more important things. Okay, so now that we have this here, we need to define once again the media header type. So let's say type media header props, and let's define what props are we sending. So first things first, we are passing the thumbnail, which is going to be a string. What else will we have there? We will have the trailer player and media player. So these are like video players, and we can do that by saying video. We can define the type by saying video player and take it from the Expo video, and do the same for media player. So we'll say video player, and for now that's what we need. So let's do it like this, and we see that the props are solved. Of course, we'll add a few more of them, but for now that's good enough. So thumbnail. Okay, so our video image background will have a thumbnail, and then after a thumbnail, of course, we need to define the styles, because it always needs to stay on top. So I will do style, and I will pass, first of all, actually, maybe let's do it like this. I will pass, again, let's import style sheet from React Native, and I will say style sheet dot absolute fill. So that means fill like the full screen, and here at the top. And we will also pass more styles, not like this, dot image background. And of course, again, I'm trying to, I imported already this. I'm trying to keep this with styles defined in a, like on the bottom, nicer a little bit, not to clutter up our main return statement. So let's say style sheet create, and in here we will say image background. And for the image background, what do we need? Well, first of all, we will add well, let's say justified content. We will need to have it in the center, and we will also want to have some sort of opacity there. But for this whole view, we also need to pass some styles, because yeah, as you can see, we still do not see anything here at the top. So I will say styles, and I will have some basically just define a simple container, and I like to define containers here at the top, just a personal preference. And in here we can say that the height, I'm seeing like something like this, or yeah, well, let's leave 226. That's how I see I have in my example, so that's what I will keep. And the width is going to be like 100%, which is it already. But yeah, now at least we see this image. And what we need to do, what I need to do is I need to add some opacity to this image. So 0.6 is what I have in my example, and I believe that's good enough, but you can play around with it and maybe even, yeah, find a better way. So now I have this, it's already taking shape. What I will add before the loading is the close button here at the top. And I see that I simply prepared, let me find the icon somewhere. Give me a second. Yeah, it's here. So yeah, I have this end design, and let me import the end design icons so that we could have the icon displayed here. I will explain this in a second, but now let's add some styles for the icon. So let's say close icon, and then we will define, first of all, I see that let's save it. We see here a little icon, but it's barely visible for now. And it's because we will need to add it at the top. Now it's better visible here. But still not crazy good. We'll maybe leave this color or maybe play around. We'll see. So now it definitely needs to be on the other side. So we simply can say align yourself at the end of your flex. So basically your flex view. So basically here it's going to be the end of its flex view, but it's too close to the side. So we will say add the padding of 10 should be good enough. It's not that visible, but I don't want to play too much with changing the color. Gray, that doesn't look like Netflix. This looks closer to Netflix, so I will leave it like this. Yeah, but play around for yourself. But now if we want to go back, like if we click now, nothing is happening. So what we need to do is we need to add, as you probably already seen, on press event. So what happens when user clicks this icon? And what we will do is we will simply say router from Expo Router and go back. Simply go back. So now if we click X, it goes back, and we can go to another. We click X, it goes back. That's exactly what we wanted. Perfect. So now it's taking up a little bit of shape. What we can implement is, now that I'm thinking, should I implement, no, the loading probably should be the last thing to add, because I believe it's not as important as like showing, first of all, everything, how it ties up, and then we will show the loading. So now let's start with trailer video view. So let's say we need to import video view from Expo video view here. Let's close it. And inside here, we will need to pass a few different things. Well, first of all, we need to pass the player to use, and we defined, if you remember, the players here. So in this case, we will use the trailer player. Trailer, I did not import it, sorry. So I can do like this, and I can actually right away import the media player as well. So we will be using trailer player, and also we will, for the styles, we will simply be probably using absolute fill, and that's it. So let's say style sheet dot absolute fill. Yeah, and it's gonna be here, perfect. So if you're so if you I think I explained what is absolute fill. Basically, it fills, takes a position absolute, and it fills like the full width, and yeah. So now, if I go here and make it the video play, now I can choose, let's say, The Last of Us. At first, of course, we do not see the loading screen, but once it's loaded, we do see a video, and we see that it has native controls. We can like rewind it and yeah, watch the full trailer, or just go back. But now we didn't see that loading, and we do want to see that loading. So to implement it, we need to have a state, and and for the state, yeah, and for the state, what we will do is, yeah, we will implement state. I was reading a little bit the comments. So yeah, I see. Hello from Ethiopia. Runtime not ready. Reference property required does not exist. So you're probably importing some libraries incorrectly, Medzi. Oh, not Medzi, or I mean ZoneX Film. Sorry. Built with iRod. Wow. Hopefully that's a good thing. Medzi, please can you include the black screen stuff when you try to record or take a screenshot too, please? You mean where, like basically when you're trying to record the while watching the Netflix? Navin, hello. So yeah. And Becca, I'm not sure I understand the question, but yeah. If you can clear it up, let me know. So perfect. Now we can, yeah, loading, perfect. So if we go to media header, I'm wondering where should we add this loading, because I don't think we'll be using the loading anywhere else. So yeah, let's try to have it here. So let's say now const, and this is actually I think gonna be our first state, but we'll say is trailer loading, set is trailer loading equals use state, and we'll say that by default it is going to be loading, because when you open, it's always going to be buffering your first video or trailer, so it should be loading by default, and then we will, once it's ready, we will set it to false right away. So now that we have this, we can say that if image is trailer loading, if it's still loading, what we will do is we will display this image background, and inside this image background, that's actually why we created it as an image background, we will be showing an activity, I think it's called activity, yeah, indicator from React Native. And this activity indicator, let's make it big so we can change the size to large, and we will also change the color to white, because by default I think it's gray. So now that we have this, let's try it out, and by default, well, nothing right now will set it to false, but let's see. So yeah, we see the loading, and yeah, we actually, the thing is that we do see this video, but behind the scenes the loading is still true. So for example, if I would comment this out, you can see that it's still loading, and that's not good. So we will solve it. Video view has a nice callback function called on first frame render. So what we will do when the first frame is rendered, we will set the trailer loading to false. And that way we know that, okay, it's loaded, the first frame is rendered, we can start playing the video and not like the loading screen. So what we will do, if let's say we can go to this, while it's loading, once it's finished, if we go here, you can see that it's no longer loading, it's no longer displayed with an image, it's showing us the video. So that's very good. We are actually showing the trailer once we are opening the screen, and I'm trying to see, probably I'm already not like very structurally following this guide myself, but yeah, it's more, I've tried to written it more for you guys so that you can always come back and read and understand better. So yeah, here you have more explanations, but I'll try to follow it as I feel better maybe. And then if you have any questions that something is not clear, let me know and I will try to explain it a bit better. So, okay, now that we have this, we still need a way to somehow start the main video, start it also in full screen, because I don't want to watch the full video in this little screen. So once I click play, I should start the movie and start it in full screen. Well, to achieve that, first of all, let's create another video view that we will be using as our main video component, a main media component, I mean. So for it, we will add a player, and the player would be the media player. Now, for what's next, what we will need to do is we will need to attach a reference somehow to this video view so that we could trigger the full screen programmatically. So basically, once we click the play button, we need to trigger the play of the video, and we need to make this a full screen programmatically without like playing and then clicking this. So in order to do that, we will need to attach a reference to this video view. So let's go back to our media details. And at the top here, let's create a new reference basically. And let's call it, how did I call it? I think video view ref, something like this. Const video view ref equals use ref. So basically what we're doing here is we're creating a reference, like to put it simply, but we also need to add a type to this reference and also, well, initialize it with some value. For us, it's going to be null until we actually assign it to somewhere else. But once we assign it, it's going to be either then video view. I think that's simply video view, and from Expo video, it's from here, video view. That's going to be the type, or it can also be null because that's what it, view I've written video view, yes, or null. That's how we will initialize it at first. So now we need to, because we will be using this video reference here, we need to initialize it here. But the thing is that we need to pass it to the media header because that's where we will attach it to our component. So let's do it like this. And of course, it's right away starting to complain because our media header does not expect to get it. But yeah, we will solve it in a second. So once you go here, what we can do is we can say that it should also expect video view reference. And now it's going to be a little bit of a weird syntax, how we say what type it is, because we need to say it's React ref object, and then we will say it will be either a video view or null, the same as we define it in here, video view or null. And this use ref is basically just saying that from React reference object will be of type this or this, and this video view ref will be this whole thing. So yeah, now that we have this here, we can take from props and destructure the video view reference, and we can attach this video view reference to our video view. So let's say like this. Now that we have this attached, we will be able to like open it programmatically, as I said. So if we go to our media details, we will need to have a function that starts this video, right? That starts the main media. And this function will be called onPlayMediaPressed. So let's create it. onPlayMediaPressed. And we will have it like this. And now what will this do? Whenever we press to play the main media, the first thing we need to do, because the trailer will keep on running. No one stopped it, nothing stopped it, and just in case no one stopped it, maybe someone paused it and then played, but we need to be sure that it's paused because the sounds will be hearable. So what we will do is, first of all, we will say trailer player, and we will pause it. We will pause the trailer video. So after we pause it, what we will do is, as I said, we will use this reference that we attached, which is going to be video view reference dot current. And what we will do, we will say enter full screen. So we are gonna programmatically enter the full screen of that video view reference. And of course, what we need to do is we need to start the media player playing, or once we press play. So for now, this is how it's gonna look like. A little bit later, we'll need to expand on it, but for now, that's it. So now we have this play button inside the media info. That means we need to pass it also inside the media info, something like this. But again, it's starting to complain that it doesn't understand what this is. So let's go back to our media info and add this new type, basically. And this new type will be, for now, a function that will return nothing, basically a void. And if it doesn't return anything, we can simply say that it returns void. So later, of course, we will change this, but for now, it's gonna work, and no issues will be here. So now, if I reload this, and let's say go to our movie, we do see that there is a trailer playing, but if I click play, of course, I did not attach this onPlayMediaPressed to anything. So first of all, I need to import it, and then I need to, whenever the play button is pressed, I need to start playing. And I do see that this media info is a bit too close, so I do not like that. I will add some styles to this media info, and I will, or maybe even better, because I will add there in the future more things. What we can do is add, basically what I'm thinking is whether it makes more sense to add it here, or whether it makes more sense to, I believe it will make more sense to add it here. So for now, let's leave it like this. Once we have the full vision, full of what we have with episodes and season selections, then we can maybe decide how to handle this padding. Okay, this one we no longer need. So now, if we reload, I think I attached it, on onPlayMediaPressed. So now if I go here, it loads the video, starts playing the trailer. If I click play, it starts playing the movie, and if I even like device, rotate left, I did not rotate, I think, to the right. So we can see that the movie is playing. I can fast forward, and I can see that the movie is playing. That's perfect. So now what we can do is we can close the video, and once we close the video, how Netflix has it is that I'm not sure if you can hear it, but we can still hear the audio from the main video, and it also did not start the trailer playing back again. And Netflix always, if you go back, starts playing the trailer to you. So we want to solve this. To do that, let's go to media header again, and here it's actually going to be a very easy solution. We simply need to pass to this video view of our main media one callback basically, which is called on full screen exit. So whenever we exit the full screen, what we will do is, first of all, we will take the media player, which is here, and we will pause it because we don't want to hear the sounds, we want to pause it. But if the user plays it again, we want to start it from where he left off. But we want to start also playing the trailer again from where we left off. So just by doing this, if we go open this, let's say, let's move a bit further, 2 minutes something. If I click play, I no longer hear the sound of the previous one because we already stopped it, but maybe I even will, move a little bit of this. If I close this, however, you can see that the trailer is continuing from where it left off. I no longer hear the sound from the previous video, but if I click play, we are continuing from where we left off. So yeah, that's that. In here, of course, like if I go close it and go back, it's gonna start fresh. But for now, this is good for us. For now, that's exactly what we want. And yeah, we're basically able to watch the movies now easily. And of course, we can watch the first episode of the TV shows. But that's not what we want, right? Let me check whether I've explained. Oh, I remember I was saying to you the issue of why we're using two views. I think maybe you already caught up to that, but you will see it also a bit better when we're working with different episodes of the season. But it does take quite a bit of time sometimes to buffer when you're replacing, let's say, a player or a video URL of a player. It does take quite a bit of time, and the user experience becomes horrible because, let's say I click play, I would need to change this trailer video view with a new video URL, open it full screen, but whenever I close it and I go back here, I need to replace it back to the trailer and start playing it again. And it all takes a lot of time, which makes like a lot of loading screens, a lot of loading indicators, which is a horrible user experience and also prone to issues. And also I need to keep track of where I left off watching this trailer video so that I could start it from that position. So having two video views with two different players makes it way easier and way better for the user. That's why we're using two video views for trailer and for actual media. So yeah, that's that. Here I explain a bit more on all the functions, and here like how do we use them, how do we play the media. But I think I'm done here, because the last thing that's left for us, and of course by saying last, it's definitely not the easiest, but is to handle different seasons and episodes for a TV show. So for the movies, we're basically done. It's working, right? I can choose different movies and they will all play. I think I have the same links, but basically they would all work just, yeah, here I kept this video, but yeah, it is what it is. It's working, but for TV series, it still needs a little bit of a push. So for our TV seasons and episodes, one thing that we really need to implement is the actual menu, basically a drop down. And I'm not sure if here this little seasons tab needs to be a drop down. Like once you click on it, we should see all of the available seasons, select from one, and we should see here expected seasons. The thing with this now is that I would have to implement this menu either myself or use some sort of external library. I didn't find really drop downs that I enjoyed a lot. So I decided to use React Native Paper just for this menu drop down component. Again, you can try to create this drop down selector yourself. That's also possible, but not to waste your precious time, guys, on this little thing, which is not very important. I will use React Native Paper, and you will use the menu component that they provide us. So first of all, let's install the React Native Paper. So let's open the terminal and install it. Okay, perfect. Now, after installation, what we need to do is we need to wrap our component with basically the main layout, which is in here, the root layout. We need to wrap it with paper provider. Now let's add this here. And we will wrap our stack with paper provider, just like this. Save it. And that's it. We are ready to start using this React Native Paper library. So we can once again start Expo server and open the app. Let's also reload it. Okay, perfect. So now we can close this one. We will no longer need it. Media info, I think we will no longer need it as well. And header, I don't think we will need it as well, because we will be working a lot in here and also on a new component called, well, let's make it even nicer and let's create season selector picker, because it will have some return like statements, some components, but it will also have some logic. So I think it makes sense to also create a new component for it called season selector.tsx. Perfect. So now for if we go here, yeah, I can right away see how like that we will need a lot more different state variables to handle everything. And actually, now that I'm thinking, let me take a short break to, because in this room I'm getting insanely hot. I need to open a window, and we'll meet in a second, guys. So stay tuned. I will mostly, well, 30 seconds probably. So yeah, I'll be back in short. Maybe I can leave it like this, and not sure, probably no. I'm back. Okay, so let's see. First of all, coding, microphone, I think it's good. Everything seems to be going fine. So now let's continue. Yeah, so as I said, we see that we will need to be importing a lot of different state variables to handle different things. Well, first of all, let's go to the code and the top of our details, media details. The first thing that we need is definitely we need to keep a track of the currently selected season, because if you change a season, well, we need to know to which season did you change and sort the episodes accordingly. So let's do that. Let's say one state will be selected season, and then set selected season, and then equals use state. And initially, what selecting season will be, well, let's say it here, season 1. But I'm thinking, yeah, like that's how we will call them. You could, in theory, use the indexes also of the, like basically at which position is the season, but we'll think about it. For now, let's leave it like this, and maybe we'll implement it differently a bit later. But yeah, so maybe I wasn't clear enough for the beginners about like useState, what it is. But basically, the state is variable that after we update it, the whole UI is re-rendered. Basically, all the code is re-rendered from top to bottom. So it's very good to have in state variables things like we, for example, had in media header, I think, right? Yes. So for example, is trailer loading? So at first it is loading, and that's why we are displaying this image background with activity indicator. And because is trailer is true, we are displaying this. However, if you would have here a simple variable and you would change it to false in here, nothing would change. We would still keep this showing on the UI side. And it's because we did not re-render our component, and the only way to trigger it, well, almost like think of it as the only way to trigger this re-render is to change the state variable, like value of it. So whenever we keep this as a state, when we change here to false, because we changed the initial state variable, it re-renders everything again. And now when it goes here, it sees, okay, so is trailer loading is no longer true because we changed it to false. That means we are skipping this and we do not show it. We simply show what we define here below. So that's what's the difference between like simple variables and useState. So for example, for useRef, whenever you change this value, nothing happens. It does not re-render the whole like component. So that's more or less the difference. For the seasons, we will need to show a different season. So that's why we are actually having it in a state, because whenever we change a season, we will need to do a lot of different things and even show in the UI the change. Okay, so now that we have this selected season, we will need a state also to trigger this menu that we will work on in a second. Maybe here it's better. So we will need a way to trigger the menu to open. So we need a way to keep track of whether the menu is open or closed. So let's say is, again a state, is menu visible, set is, let me check if the audio is good. I think it's, yeah, it's here. Set is menu visible. Yep, like this equals use state. And this will be a simple Boolean. So let me add here this for now to look nicer. So it's going to be a simple Boolean. At the start, the menu should not be visible. Okay, that's good. So one more thing that for now, well, later we will maybe add even more. But for now, let's keep these two. Yeah. So now what we need to do is we need to implement a way to open this menu and close it. Well, to do that, we will of course do it inside the, I created this as a directory, so I missed this, but I should create this as a file. So once again, as a directory, whoa. Getting tired. Someone. New file. Yes, perfect. Season selector .tsx. Perfect. Let's do again a boilerplate export default function. Let's call it season selector, and yeah, let's return a simple, once again, view and a text from React Native. And let's say season select. Let's do it this way. Okay, so now we also need to make this white. So let's do that. Color white. Okay. And now let's see if we are able to see this inside our detail. Season selector. Let's say yes. And we can see here at the bottom, season select. So that means we can start working on this component. And this component is going to be, well, have a lot of things, let's say. So the first thing that it will use is the React Native paper and the menu from it. So let's even actually remove everything for now here after testing, and right away start using the menu from React Native paper. So this menu will have a lot of things, but the most important ones are, we will need to keep track of whether it's visible or closed, and we will need to keep track of what happens when we close it, or yeah, like on dismiss, what happens. So we will close it simply. We will need to also define the anchor. So basically the anchor is what's displayed, like the box in a way. So I will show you real quick that the first one as an anchor, because it's going to be quite important. So our anchor is going to be a simple pressable from React Native. And this pressable will have, actually I need to add things inside it. And this pressable will have inside it a text, basically simply displaying a currently selected season. So we'll add a text and say season 1 for now. Later we will pass it. For the pressable, what we will need to do is we will need to have some sort of style, well, and also an onPress event. Let's start maybe even with a style like this, and of course we'll create it with the style sheet. So let's say styles dot menu content, something like this. Style sheet const styles equals, we already seen this, style sheet dot create, and we will create some styles. Well, the first that we want is menu content. So what we will have inside this menu content? Well, first of all, if you can see, the background color is a bit different. So I already prepared the background color. It's going to be 282828. Oh, you can a little bit see it. Then we will also need to have some sort of margin on the top, and let's add it right away then. Margin top, and I see it should be like, yeah, a little bit like 5, but that's more than enough, because later we'll add a gap as well, so it will add more. Okay, what else? The border radius as well is important. The border radius some around 10, so it's yeah, more or less I think that can actually I'm thinking like this, we're not adding the styles actually to the correct place, because here we are adding what's inside, but we okay, let me first of all add actually the here as well, the content style. So basically we need to style the content inside as well. So let's have another this style, and let's call it how we can call it, anchor this one will be anchor container, this one will be menu container, something like this. Anchor container. I really hate always creating these names. So, and now for this anchor container, this is where we'll put all of these styles. So here we will have a lot more of these styles. And here, yeah, we can add styles, menu container, content for later. But this anchor container will have, as I said, a lot more styles. Because as I'm seeing here, we will need to add a selected season and also an icon close by, like basically an arrow down. So let's add another icon. And once again, I have here prepared it. So underneath, and I'll also need to import it like this. So, okay, now that we have this, we need to, because this icon is underneath, we need to style them a little bit different. And this season, I think it's gonna be not white, but yeah, like for now, let's add it white in order to be able to see it nicer. So, okay, now the first thing, once again, is flex direction. So it's gonna be row, in a row, both of them, perfect. Now, what we also need, because I see that this arrow is not really aligned, aligned in the middle. So what we will do is we'll say align items center, and this icon moved a little bit lower. Well, again, it's gonna have a background color, and the background color is actually, this is the background color that we will be using here as well. Perfect. Now we do have a background color, but we definitely need some more padding inside, and also even like border radius. So I think like the padding horizontal can be something like 10. So we'll see. Maybe it's gonna be enough. But padding vertical, let's make it a bit smaller, of 5. Like let's make a box, but not too big. Of course, right away, a border radius, very important. Shouldn't be too big. I say it's like a little bit. And we do also want to add some sort of a gap between the season name and the icon. So let's add 5, that's good. And of course, it's way too close here to the top. So let's add margin top of 10. And lastly, of this box is too long. So in order to make it align correctly, let's say align self, and let's make it flex start. So basically move everything to only the start. And this is how we move. Basically, it only takes as much space as we put inside. Like if we would add a bit more text or make it bigger, it will expand, but it won't have this background color full width. So now I see this is more or less okay-ish. The only thing I don't like is the selected season inside. So let's add here selected season text, some styles, and let's pass it here because it's not white, and I think it's definitely should be bolder. So yeah, the color is going to be the same as, I believe, the icon. So let's do it like this. And now the font weight is going to be maybe 600, maybe 500. What about maybe 600 even, or 5? Let's leave 5. It's like a very minor difference. So yeah, it's gonna be good. Okay, so now that we have this season tab bar, what else do we need? Well, first of all, we need to make this, add some items inside our season, but then we need to implement the opening. So let me think, what else are we gonna work on? I think we can start working on the opening of it. So what we will do is we will define is menu visible here, and then set is menu visible. Okay, will I need to wait, let me check, will I need to set this, I'm wondering, anywhere else? because if I need to set this menu visible somewhere else, that I need to define it inside the media details component, and I think maybe I won't need it anywhere else. Well, if we will need, I will change it. But right now I added it here, but I'm seeing that we will not need to close it from anywhere else, because we will need to close it when once pressing the, I'm wondering, never. Actually, only when selecting the season or when clicking back. So I do believe it's more than okay to remove it from media details. And then we can move this use state inside the season selector closer to it. So if we will need to use it somewhere else, and now that I'm like not thinking correctly, we can change it anytime afterwards. So it's not a problem. Boolean, and then let's in the beginning it's going to be false. So what we will say is, of course, visible. So whether it's visible, it's going to be defined by this Boolean. Okay, that's good. So now what we need to do next is we need to say also what happens when the menu is dismissed. So we simply on dismissed, and we will say when it's dismissed, simply set set is menu visible to false again. So these two are very important right away. And now we need to say when do we open it? Well, we will open it whenever we press on this anchor. So what we will do is say set is menu visible to true. Let's save it. And what else? Of course, we need to define inside the, what to render. So here, and it's the complaining, yeah, like it's complaining visible Boolean, dismiss content, soundbar. In type props, what's not there? Well, I know that we need to define here the menu items also. So let's start by simply defining one dummy menu item. And that's what it was complaining about, probably. So the menu item will have a title. The title will be something easy for now, like test, or maybe, yeah, let's do test. And what else? Like we can define definitely the title style and all, but do we need that? Okay, like right away after clicking, we see that it's being opened. And maybe let's make the title, actually we do need title style because we will need to change the color in order to see it. So let's do white. And we can see here one of the items. I don't like that it's covering our season selected currently, so we can actually change that by changing anchor position, and we will change it to bottom. So now it's a lot better because after clicking, we do see the anchor position itself. So I like that a lot better. Here you can change like some, as you can see, menu content. And when I removed, like here, for example, the color, initially it's white, but I want to change it to this grayish. Border radius is also not like on Netflix, so I added a bit more. And lastly, margin top, I don't want it to be sticky to this, so I made it a little bit, well, bigger, right? So that's that. What else do we want? So of course we want to display correct seasons to be selected. Well, for that we will need to pass some data to this season selector, and one of this data is seasons, simply all of the seasons that we have imported. So let's do it like this. Okay, so we have seasons. We do, however, need to also pass the selected season. Selected season. And selected season. I'm thinking like, yeah, I think we will need it because, yeah, we'll be displaying it here. But yes, we do need selected season. And for now, nothing, but later we will add one more because we need to handle somehow like what happens when the season is selected. And now that I'm thinking, this is why we probably needed to have the state, not this one, but where season select the menu visible state inside the details page, because we will have the seasons select function inside this detail page, because we need to update here the season, and we also then need to update the episodes that we have, and we will have no way of closing this menu here. It will, like, after changing the season, it will keep on here, I believe. For now, let's keep on working, and later we can, of course, implement it. But for now, we do need to take in some props once again. One of them will be, so let's add some spacing here and here. So const equals props. And of course, one of them that we take in is going to be selected season, and the other one is going to be all of the seasons. Of course, we need to define once again the type. So type selected season selector props equals, and then let's define the type. So the type for the season, seasons, I think, yeah, it's going to be season from types, but it's going to be an array of seasons. Then for the selected season, so let me actually copy it like this. For the selected season, it's, for now, in our case, it's simply a string. We'll see how to handle it, as I said, a bit later, maybe. So perfect. Now that nothing is seasons, it's complaining. Why are you complaining? Season episode, which is declared here in type. So what is not good for you? Seasons. Season, and season has season name and episodes. So let me console log the seasons and see what's happening here. So it has episodes and season name. So this is it. It's not assigned. Oh, so yeah, the thing is that I think the thing is that because it might be null, like, yeah, 100%, yeah. So the seasons might be null for movies, right? And that's why it says like it can be undefined. So what we need to do is we need to say that we will only display this season selector on type TV, what is the type? How is it called? TV series. I thought it's TV shows. TV series. And also, we need to make sure that seasons exists. And we do need to cast it into a Boolean. So otherwise we can get like a rendering issue and error. So now we need to move this inside here. And now we are only going to be displaying this on a TV series, and only if it has seasons. So for example, if I go to a movie, we do not display the selector. And now it's no longer complaining. So yeah, that's good. So now what we need to do in here is we need to map through all of these seasons that we get and display a menu item for each of the season. So let's do that. Seasons.map. We also need to, it's going to complain that like seasons might be empty, but it's never going to be empty. Then what we will take on from this is we will take on the season that we're currently rendering. It's very similar to the flat list, the map. And then what we'll do here inside, we will return very similar menu.item the way we were returning it like previously. However, now every time when you are rendering inside a map, we need to assign a key to every item. Otherwise, you will see warnings, and also you can get into some issues, caching issues, which is not gonna look nice for your users. So for the key, we will simply have a season name, because season names will always be different. They cannot be the same. So now that we have this season name, we can right away start working on the title. And the title is going to be season.season name. That's very good. Title style is going to be, and actually let's define it nicer, styles, title, style, to have it, well, consistent. Not nicer, but consistent. Consistency is always good. So now for this title style, I do build, maybe the better name would even be menu title, not because that's very like close, very clear what we're typing types for. So one thing is definitely the color. We will make it white. And another thing is I want to have them, like if I go here, I want to have them, oh, I did not save yet, a little bit bolder than simply like this, because that's how Netflix has. So I'll make it 500. The default one is 400, not font size, font weight. Let's save it. Let's open. Yes, season 1, season 2. And what about the font size? Think they need to be like the same as this one. So I will make them a bit smaller, but again, that's totally up to you. But good, we're displaying also the seasons. I do believe that we can make change a little bit the style of these, because I see that Netflix has like higher height, I mean through lower height, and otherwise without this is like taking up a lot of space, unnecessary space. So I want to make them a little bit like smaller. But again, that's up to your taste. And lastly, we need an onPress event. And this onPress event is, how I said, will handle the season change. And I'm wondering, so actually we have two different ways. One, we can move this is menu visible to the media details screen and pass it down. Another thing is not to have it here, but simply pass the set selected season in here. And then basically change the season, and because I believe that's the only place where we will use it. And I'm wondering, like, oh yeah, we will need this. Select the season, we will definitely need this in here. So yeah, let's just pass it like this. And let's go to season selector. Let's accept this. Well, first of all, not accept, but what we need to do is define the types for it. And it's going to be very similar to the use ref that you saw, but with more things. So first of all, we'll say React, this patch, and then we'll open this, like defining what's inside, and we will say React dot set state action. And then we will need to say what this like action is. Is it a Boolean? Is it a string or whatever? So in our case, it's a string. For now, probably we kept it everywhere with a string, so maybe we'll keep it a string. So now that we have this here, we can actually take it in here. And whenever and create actually even a new function called const on handle season change. And this function, what it will do is simply set selected season to new season, maybe something like this. And then we will also close the menu. So set is menu visible to false. Of course, what we need to do now right away, it's complaining about like, what is this? So we will pass here a string. Okay, so now what we can do is simply call on handle season change function here, and we need to pass the season name that was chosen. So season name. Let's save it. And also right now here we're always displaying season 1, but we need to change it to display the selected season. So yeah, that's that. Let's save it. And wondering, is there something else in here? Let's see. So for example, now I have season 1. If I click season, it changes to season 2. So back season 1. That means this menu is for now working. It's just that it's not doing much, but we will in a minute fix this, and it will do a lot more. So for now, for the time being, I do believe that the season selector is done, and we will need to basically now react to the season changes and also display the episodes underneath. So maybe let's first of all work on displaying the episodes initially, like underneath. To do that, let's go to media details screen. And in here, we'll need to actually change our structure of everything quite a lot. Because the thing what we want to do is we want to keep this trailer view always on the top. No matter if you scroll through all of the episodes, it should remain on the top. Another thing is that how Netflix does it is that if you're scrolling through episodes, you're not simply scrolling here, but you scroll all of this information also to the top. So it should be scrollable. It should not stay on always on the top. To achieve that, the easiest way is going to be use a flat list to display all of these episodes and use a list header component to keep the scrollable components and keep the media header out of it just on top. So let's start building and refactoring a little bit to achieve that. So first of all, let's say flat list, and the flat list, the data of the flat list is going to be the season episodes. For now, we don't have it, so let's keep it empty array, but later we'll fix it. We also, for now, don't have the render item because it's going to be a new episode item that we will create. So for now, we can simply even take this item, but we will not really build anything here. We will simply say, for now, console log hello. And later, we will add this episode here, item. It does not return anything, so let's return a text. And let's say simply hello. Did I import the text? Yes. So, okay. For now, that's that. Of course, right now, we don't have the episodes, and this is also not scrollable because we don't have them inside the list header component. But this is very easy to solve because FlatList has a list header component property. And the only thing you need to do here is actually take all of this, cut it, and paste it inside. Now we can adjust. Okay, again, another thing. The thing is that why we're seeing these errors now is because you can only return one component. And in this case, we're returning two. So this one and this one. To make it one component, what we need to do is simply wrap them inside a view. And actually, we will need them to be in a view because we'll add some spacing and padding to them. So if we, okay, I don't want to write all of that again, so I did Control Z, now all of this, and now I can paste it in, and you can see that we're no longer getting the issue because now we're returning one component because this is view, which is one component, and then we can put whatever we want inside. Okay, so now that if we stop it, we can see that this becomes, if we save it, this becomes already scrollable. Of course, we don't have any episodes, so there's nowhere to scroll, and we can see that it also hides here too fast. So we need to solve these little issues. First of all, let's go to the safe area view at the top and pass it flex view. Basically say, take up the full screen, and you can see that it's no longer, our text is no longer being hidden. Now, another issue is that, as I said already a long time ago, this is way too close. Like the padding is horrible here. So let's add a few styles to our list header component. One of those styles will have padding of 10. So now everything is already a lot nicer. And a second style is I want to keep a little bit of a gap between the items So let's add a 5. So here we added a small gap of 5, which is more than enough for us. And in a way, this is already looking way better. This is not too close to the border. It's aligned equally with the dropdown, and everything is nice. Now we can start working on actually displaying these episodes. And well, for the seasonal episodes, because we are able to change them on the fly, after changing the state, we need a way to also keep those episodes somewhere stored. So there are a few different approaches that you can do, but I also want to showcase you and use effect, and that's actually a good way of doing it. We will create another state, which is going to hold our episodes. So we will say selected. Is it good, or maybe season episodes? Maybe it's better season episodes. And then set season episodes. Perfect. So now if we say use state, it's going to be an array. First of all, let's define apply type. So it's going to be an array of episodes imported from types. So that's that. And initially it's going to be an empty array because we don't know yet what episodes to load there, but we'll change it in a second. So now we will use a thing called use effect, and we can do it somewhere here because we will need a media item. So let's call use effect, and I will explain in a second what it does. When we call use effect, this is the syntax for it. And inside here, the first thing that we will do is we will check if there is no media item, no media item, or the media item dot type is not TV series, then simply return. Don't go anywhere deeper, just return and that's it. And later, like if it appears, we are able to execute what's gonna be following. But if we have the media item, and if it's the TV series, not a movie, we can actually go and find the episodes that we need. So we will say const. First of all, we need to find actually the season that's selected now. So we will say const season equals, and we will need to find basically based on media item dot seasons, and we will need to find find the season that has the same name as the selected currently season. So let's say season name, the one that we are looping through, and we will say return it if the season, actually this is not season name, but this is season item, and then if the season item dot season name equals to the selected currently season, that means this is the season that we want, and we can apply basically set season episodes as season.episodes, or because TypeScript will explain, or it's going to be an empty array. So now how it's going to work is it goes inside. So what use effect does basically, it runs everything that's inside based on dependencies. So if you don't have any dependencies, it's going to be ran only when you render the screen initially. If you change the states, it's not going to be executed anymore. However, if the user changes the selected season, we do want use effect to execute again and change the episodes that are selected. In order to achieve that, in the dependencies array, we can say that, okay, so this use effect depends on the selected season. Whenever we change the selected season, what's in the state, re-execute everything inside here. So now when we let's say initially it's season 1, it goes in here because we render use effect or execute the use effect when we initially render the screen. We set the seasons to like season 1, but whenever the user changes the season in here, because we changed the state as well, it will re-execute this whole use effect because it depends on the season state. And then set for a different season at the episodes. So that's how the use effect in general works. And now that we have these selected episodes, we can, instead of passing here the data, we can simply pass season episodes. And if we go here, we will not see it because its style needs color white. Now we can see that this season has 2 episodes. If we change to season 2, actually both of them have 2 episodes, but you'll see based on the episodes in a second how they change. But the last thing that we need to do, well, one of the last, is to create another list item for the episodes. So on this one, I'm not exactly sure whether we should create it inside the media details or inside because media list item in general, Netflix is reusing it in a lot of different places in their application. So that's why we kept it simply inside components. Inside the media details, it's not really reused that much. The header, the info, season selector, and even the exercise list item is not really reused that much. I don't remember, like it might be reused. So just in case, because it might be reused, I will create it inside here. But if you know better and it's not reused anywhere else inside the app, simply create it inside media details directory. This will not change much like at all. It's just keeping it cleaner, I would say. So let's call it episodes or episode list item.tsx. Once again, very easily, simply boiler function episode list item, and then let's return the text for now. Text from React Native and say hello. Style, of course, as always, color. Well, let's be different, color red. So now if we go back to our media details, we no longer need to use this text. We can actually reuse the newly created episode list item, and we will inside here pass this item, and let's call it simply episode equals, and let's say item. Perfect. So now if we save, we can see that the color did change. So that's good. Now we need to handle the once again the type issues. So let's create episode list item. Well, type episode list item props, and let's define some properties inside. Well, first of all, it's expecting episode, and the episode will be of type, I believe it's simply episode. For now, that's it, I think. So let's say we can now, in that case, destructure, because there won't be a lot of different properties that we will pass. So we can destructure it here and say episode list item props. So now we don't have an issue here, and here also no longer an issue. Now, this I see in the design is like a little bit more problem, like more designs. So what we will do here is we will need to destructure a lot of different items from the episode itself. The first thing is, well, we will need to display the episode thumbnail, because if we go here and to the design, here is like a little image of the episode thumbnail. Then we'll need episode description, episode duration, and episode title. And also episode video URL. We will need that as well to know what to play. So let's go back to our code and extract all of these. So episode thumbnail, episode description, we will need episode title, and also they are displaying the episode numbers. So let's do that. We will need duration, and I said, I think, video URL. So for now, that's it from the episode. So let's start by displaying, I think, yeah, inside we have here a little like icon to like a play icon. So let's do the same. Let's do image background from React Native, and not like this, but like this. So inside this image background, we will display the font awesome icon. I have it here. So let me right away copy paste it. You can change icons freely, feel free. And yeah, so we can see little icons, but for the image background, we need to select a few more things. First of all, a source, what image to display, and we'll say URI, and we will display episode thumbnail. It's not gonna work right away because we need to apply some styles in here as well. So for the styles, let's once again do styles and dot image background. Underneath here, let's define const styles equals style sheet dot create. Did I import? No, it's not important. So let's import it. Style sheet dot create, and then inside here we will say we'll start with image. Well, I'm just gonna copy full. Okay, so image background. Now for the image background, we'll need to pass quite a few styles. First of all, the width. And the width, I believe, should be something like 100. It's good enough, but of course the height, or instead of passing the height, I can pass the aspect ratio. And I believe the aspect ratio should be something like this. That's good. Now, of course, we need to have these image backgrounds like a bit rounded. So let's add border radius, something like 3. Do I even see? I don't really see any difference for now, but yeah, maybe later we'll add it. Oh, sorry. So for now, yeah, we'll see. What else? We need to justify and align the content in the center, the icons, but it only aligns them vertically. We also need to align them horizontally. So let's say align items center. So now these icons are in the center. That's good. And what else do I? Of course, I want to add some, like, probably to the whole container, some spacing. So let's actually add this view around it, and let's call it like episode container. Perfect. Style, nope. Style equals styles dot episode container, and I don't have view imported, so maybe like this. Okay, so now let's see how it should look like. Well, of course, the thing is that here I will need some text. So let's actually add the text right away, because we will need to add the episode number, episode title, duration, and episode description, and they all are aligned on different levels. Like 2 of them are in a row, others are in a column. So maybe I will first of all apply all of those flex styles, and then later we can make it look nicer, because it's gonna be a bit different and a bit easier to understand this way. So first of all, what we will add is we will need to add the text, which is, well, episode number, no description. So I just removed the text, but we will need it. So yeah, text, then we will need episode title, and for now, just to see it, let's add color white. Okay, perfect. And we will need more. So another thing that we will need, it's going to be the duration. So let's add this. And of course, also duration will have M at the end. And I see like episode description as yeah, episode description. So let's add that episode description. And I believe this is it. Yeah, this is it. Well, of course, another thing is going to be pressable, because after we click on one of these, we should start to play the movie. So let's do wrap it inside a pressable, everything. And for now, let's do on press simply console.log pressed. Perfect. So we see a lot of data being displayed here. Of course, everything is aligned horribly, and we will need to change this. First of all, what we want to change is we want to align the image background and these two pieces of text in a row. Another thing is that these pieces of text need to be in a row themselves. So let's start with wrapping them inside a view, and this episode container should have well, them in a row. So let's do flex direction row. So now everything is in a way in a row because this episode container is here, but we don't want to have the episode description or duration in a row. I see like episode description, definitely we don't want to have them. So let's move it out right away because it's going to be at the bottom. But duration will need to be not inside the same container, but it needs to be under the episode number and episode title. So we will achieve that slowly. First of all, let's make these two, because you can see right now that these two are in a column. They are not really in a row. And if I remove even this, then all of these are in a row. So let's first of all fix the issue of these two not being in a row. So once again, flex direction row. Now we made this and this in a row as well. For the duration, we need to keep the duration under the episode number and episode title, but we don't want to keep it on in a row with all of this. So what we will do is under the image background, we will create one more view, and we will wrap all of these inside the view, and that's how we manage to move below the duration, basically, because this whole piece is in a row aligned with this image background from this container. Inside here, nothing is in a row in a way, because we don't say here that the items should be in a row, only for these two. So these two are aligned in a row. I'm not sure if this can be a bit confusing because a lot of flex direction changes, but yeah, if it is confusing, just let me know. But yeah, that's how we basically group up, because this becomes in a way one element. So this is also one element. So now, because they're not in a flex direction row, they're displayed by default in a column. Okay, that was a mouthful. So now I do see that between the title and the duration, I do want to add some gap. It shouldn't be a lot, like something 2 or yeah, like something like this, maybe even gonna be enough. So that's very good. However, for the episode container, for the full episode container, we need to add some more styles. First of all, I really want to align these items in the center. So let's do align item center. That means we are aligning them correctly in here. But I do want also a little bit of space between the video and these text. So something like 10 is good enough. I do see again that this two like episode number is glued to the title. So what I want to do is in here simply add a dot and maybe even like space. So now it's shaping up a lot better. Okay, so what else? For the whole I want to add some spacing for the whole container because now these images are glued to everywhere. So to the pressable, let's pass styles itself, and we say styles dot container, maybe just simply container. So now container will have a few styles. So first of all, padding horizontal, and let's make it 15. Yeah, like the rest of the data, that's good. I do want to add some margin bottom, however, as well. So let's add that, and it should be quite a lot, to be honest, like 15. Yeah, something like this. And lastly, I will add a gap of 5 in order to add some space also here, like as you can see, between the descriptions. So it adds a space between all of the items, components inside this view, like pressable. So this is considered one component in a way, this is considered one component, so it adds gap between the description and everything else. Okay, so this is good. I do want to add some more styles to, I think, to the text. Like it's a bit different from what I see. So let's add some meta text styles. So, or even episode text. And let's apply it to, I do believe that we can definitely, episode number and episode title can be, well, not can, they have to be the same. So let's do something like this. Okay, let's save it. Of course, now they're not visible because we don't have any, well, text, but we'll change that in a second. First of all, the color, and I do see that the color is a bit different. So let me find what I have for myself. Okay, I have this. Have a DAD. Yeah, that's definitely more like it. But I do also see that the font weight should be slightly bigger. Something like 500 is gonna be more than enough. And now duration. I do like, I feel the duration is a bit also smaller. So let's add a different style for duration. Okay, and now for duration, oh, I even have a different color for duration. So let's, yeah, let's first of all add here styles.duration. And duration styles will have a color of 9999999. Okay, so yeah, it's a bit darker. That makes more sense. It's a lot closer. So it's gonna be smaller. I'm not sure if you will see, like, but after I'm finished, I will expand this to make it bigger and then showcase how everything is working once again. So that way you'll see a full vision, because now everything is so small because I have to keep the simulator smaller because of my camera. And the font weight, I think we're gonna do it 500 as well. Okay, so now description also needs some styles. It's very similar to the title. However, I do feel that it should be a bit less font weight, because this one, I think I will even increase it to 700. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. And then description, I will keep it with the same color, but the font weight like duration. Probably that's an overkill. You can choose it to do based on your preferences. But yeah, I believe it should be, yeah, the color should be the same as episode text. However, the font weight should be like duration, and it shouldn't be smaller. Something like this. Yeah, I like it that way. That's gonna be good. So now, do I need any more styles? Let's see. So I think it's good. Like we have it looking nicely. So we will leave it like this for now. Now the other thing now is to, once the user presses on one of these episodes, to start playing them. And to do that, inside the media details, we'll need to adjust a little bit our onPlay media pressed function. And also we'll need to pass it to the episode list item as well. So let's start by probably just passing this function and testing if it's gonna work. We will accept it also inside the, we'll no longer need this episode list item. And we are taking onPlay media pressed. But actually, I know that it's gonna change the type real soon, but probably let's leave it for now void. And then later on, we'll adjust it accordingly as well. So once we click, we need to call of course, we need to import it as well. And whenever we click on it, we will run the episode. But right now we will only run the first episode. So let's test it out if it's even working like this. So if we have here, we're playing the, yeah, and we are, but if we press this, we're still playing this one, which is not what we want. We want to be playing different episodes based on the selection. So what we will need to do is we will need to adjust our onPlay media press function, because it should expect a video or URL, which is going to be a string, and it's actually going to be optional, because if you click a play button, we will simply play the movie or the season 1 based on your last viewable, like based on what you viewed the last. However, if you pass the video URL, the new video URL, we will replace it for the media player. And yeah, so that's that. Let's do it like this. So if we got the video, what we will need to do is we will need to replace the media player URL. So we could do simply set, I think it's media player dot replace, and it will also say to do it replace a sync. So let's do it replace a sync. And also we will await until this replacement finishes. And we will that means that we will make this function a sync. And yeah, and now for now, I think that's it. Later we will add more things. So now it should be working. It should replace us to a new video. So let's test it out. Let's start with this. If we play this, we see this Dracarys. Then if we change, it's not changing, but oh, I know why it's not changing, because at episode list item, we are not passing a new video URL. So it never goes inside this replace. So let's do that. Let's pass the video URL. And now we're seeing, well, issues, because onPlay media pressed does not, shouldn't expect any arguments. Well, we need to adjust that, because now we are expecting different episodes. Well, it could have, so we say video, it's optional, but if we are passing, it's going to be a string. And now it's no longer going to, because the function is asynchronous, we will return a promise and then void. So this, we also need to, well, because I know that we'll need to add one more variable. I'm not going to change in the other place, but later we will do that. So now it's no longer complaining. Let's reload our app. Let's go to this, The Last of Us. It's playing the trailer. We click here. We play this movie. We go back. We change to a different movie, but you see that for a long time, nothing is happening. And we're not seeing, the user is not seeing that it's loading. That's very bad. It's a very bad UI, because I would be clicking once again, and if the video is very long, it can load a little bit even longer. So we need to somehow fix this. And to fix this, we will implement a episode loading indicator. So for that, what we will do is we will define a new state in here, and we will call this state loading, or how is it? How did I call it? I think in the example it's gonna be better. Let me find it real quick. I called it. Well, I would have called it exactly the same. Episode loading. Oh no, actually, episode loading ID, and then set episode loading ID. And very soon I will show you why are we using the episode ID instead of the boolean is if it's loading or not. So it's going to be a string and or a null, because we will initialize it with null. So it can be null if nothing is loading. Yes, like this. Perfect. So now we have this, and what we need to do whenever we place the media and whenever we want to replace it, what we will do is we will say set episode loading ID, and we will need to expect to get this episode ID, and then we can set it as episode ID, but of course it's going to be optional, and if we are getting it, it's going to be a string. Now we still see some complaints that well, about setting this episode ID, and it is because we're not checking if episode ID exists. So if we're passing video URL, we need to pass the episode ID that we are also running, because otherwise we don't know where to display the loading indicator. And whenever the loading is, whatever they're replacing is finished, what we can do is we can simply set the episode loading ID to back to null, and we will no longer be displaying this loading indicator. So now the last thing we need to pass to our episode list item is this, basically if it's loading or not, if this episode currently is loading. So we will say is episode loading, and then we will have equals, and then here we will say if episode loading ID is equal to the item dot ID, that means this episode currently is loading. And yeah, let's maybe like clean it up a little bit, and here, so, and this one here. So now again we're expecting this to happen because we're passing a new property, so we need to handle it again. So is episode loading ID is simply going to be a boolean. But now whenever we pass here an episode ID, and we need to take it, the ID from this episode, whenever we pass it, once again it's going to complain about it, because in the type we did not say that we have that. So we can say episode ID, again it's optional, but if we're passing, it's a string, and now it's no longer complaining. And this onPlay media pressed, if you remember, if we go here, we do use it also inside media info. So if you go to media info, we need to change this one also to a new type. Perfect. So now that we have this ready, and we know whenever the episode is loading, we need to implement a way to show this loading indicator. And the nicest way to do that would be to simply have it like instead of this play button. Whenever we are loading, we will display the loading indicator. Otherwise, we'll display this font awesome. So what we will do is we will say is episode loading, and I did not import this. Yeah, is episode loading. So if episode is loading, we will simply display the, let me do this. We will display the activity indicator. Yes, activity indicator from React Native. We will make this activity indicator smaller, so we can say the size is going to be small, but the color is going to be white. Okay, so this is what we will display if the episode is loading. However, if it's not loading, we will display, as before, the icon to start playing. So if we go here, we see that none of the episodes are loading now, and the trailer is playing. Whenever I press on these episodes, we can see, like, because this video is very short, it was a short time of loading. And but if we close this and start playing this, it's going to load for a little bit longer because, well, this video is already playing 3 seconds, so don't worry, it just has a long black intro. But yeah, as you can see, it also changed the video. So if I go here, it's back to Dracarys, and once again, this one replacing it to a new episode, and you see the loading indicator there. And once you go back, the trailer is playing as before. So I'm wondering, did I show you everything? And I do believe that I did. Let me just quickly double check everything. Yes. Well, I do believe it is. If, yeah, you can always go back to the guide, and here is like a lot of different detailed information. Here is the code, and of course I will leave the code, also the GitHub link in, so you can, probably I will leave it somewhere inside the setup Fresh Expo project here at the end, close to assets. I will add a GitHub link once I push everything. But yeah, I believe that's it. So let's check out some comments. How do you get the movies itself? Which API? I'm using the movies from like, I'm using Google Links for the movies, and you can see here like Google's API, video bucket, and this is the like URL that I'm using currently. Oh, and also I didn't, well, but I will showcase it now in the end. So is there anything else? I do believe that's it for today. But I do want to show you once again, like, everything real quick in a bigger screen to make it look a lot nicer than it was in a small one. Let me check if it's visible. Yeah, it is. So let me reload. So this is basically what we worked on today, the front end of our Netflix application. And here you can see a list, different lists actually, of movies, TV shows, and yeah, much more. If you go to one of the movies, we'll see some loading indicator and a trailer of that movie here at the top. You can interact with this trailer however you want, see some information. You can click play to start an actual movie, not the trailer anymore. But there you see the same video, because I didn't have that many videos. But this is basically, you can even go and right away click play, everything will work. Here you can see the video is, URL is different. So once you go back, trailer is one, video is different. Now, we also implemented an ability to use TV series, which has different episodes, different seasons, multiple of them. So if you go to an TV show series, here you'll see once again a trailer of the TV series. We can interact with it. But here you have different seasons with different episodes. So for example, if I start this episode, I can watch it. Yeah. Or if I go back, the trailer will start working again. However, I can also change to a different movie that I want to watch. And again, it's already started. It's just slow start. But yeah, like even if I rotate my device, here everything is working. I can control, I can like move it, rewind it, move forward. Or I can, yeah, close it whenever I feel that it's done. And then let's say I watched full season, I can change the season. And as you can see, the episodes also change with the season, different descriptions, different everything, and I can start playing a different episode. Again, the video URL is same, but it's gonna work if you have different URLs. But yeah, that's basically the main meat and core of Netflix app. The probably everything else is not that difficult. Well, it's hard to say. I used Netflix a long time ago now. But yeah, this is basically what we've managed to build today. And I try to get step by step through everything. But if you have any questions, always feel free to leave a comment down below. I will answer it. And I always keep this guide that I shared with you, that you can find the link in the description below. I always keep it updated if I see something bad, right? So I really hope you enjoyed today's stream. It was something different. It was interesting for me, so I hope it was interesting for you as well. And yeah, I hope you'll have an amazing weekend. I hope we'll meet again soon, and see you later. Keep